Admiral Kekstar stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Crimson Dawn, his scaled hands clasped behind his back as he watched the holographic display of the Sol system. The massive warship led a fleet of 300 vessels, each one a testament to draconian engineering and military might. Their ships were virtually invisible to primitive scanning technology, and their weapons could reduce cities to ash in seconds. "Status report," he commanded, his deep voice echoing across the bridge. The crew of reptilian warriors worked at their stations with practiced efficiency. "All systems nominal, Admiral," his second-in-command reported. "The fleet is maintaining perfect formation. We will reach the target planet in approximately 48 hours. Kekstar allowed himself a small smile. The Draconian Empire had conquered over 50 civilizations in the past 3,000 years, and none had ever successfully resisted them. These humans would be no different. Their surveillance showed a species still relying on chemical rockets and fossil fuels. They hadn't even established a proper colony on their own moon. "Send the arrival beacon," he ordered. It was standard procedure, a simple signal back to the Empire announcing their successful arrival in the target system. The humans' primitive technology wouldn't even detect it. As the fleet passed the red planet the humans called Mars, Kekstar reviewed the invasion plans one final time. It would be simple, a show of force over their major cities, followed by demands for immediate surrender. Most species gave up without a fight once they saw the true might of a draconian battle fleet. "Sir," one of his officers called out suddenly, "I'm detecting some unusual energy readings from the third planet." Kekstar frowned. "Unusual how?" Before the officer could answer, a strange shimmer appeared in space ahead of them. The Admiral squinted at it, trying to understand what he was seeing. It wasn't like any defense screen he'd encountered before. "All ships, full stop," he commanded. But it was too late. The shimmer expanded, enveloping the front of the fleet. Kekstar watched in horror as his forward ships began to fade. There was no explosion, no debris. They simply became transparent, like ghosts, before disappearing completely. "Emergency maneuvers," he roared. "All ships, retreat." The Crimson Dawn's engines flared as they tried to turn around, but the strange effect was spreading faster than they could move. Kekstar felt an odd sensation, as if time itself was becoming thick like honey. He tried to give another order, but his mouth moved in slow motion. The last thing he saw before everything went dark was the Earth hanging in space, appearing completely innocent and defenseless. How wrong they had been. In a coffee shop in Seattle, Sarah Chen sipped her latte and checked her phone. The morning news showed the usual stories: political debates, local events, and weather reports. Nothing about any aliens or invasions. Her phone buzzed with a message: "Operation Ember successful. Full containment achieved. No leaks." Sarah allowed herself a small smile, almost identical to the one Admiral Kekstar had worn minutes ago. She typed back a simple "acknowledged" and deleted the message. Outside, people went about their daily lives, completely unaware that humanity had just captured the most powerful fleet in the galaxy. No one knew that deep beneath the Pacific Ocean, in temporal stasis chambers that defied conventional physics, 300 draconian warships had joined the growing collection of would-be invaders who had underestimated Earth. Sarah finished her coffee and headed to work. It was going to be an interesting day at the Sentinel Initiative's temporal containment facility. They had a lot of new exhibits to process. High Commander Zexlar paced in the Grand War Room of the Draconian Imperial Palace. His clawed feet clicked against the polished black stone floor as he moved back and forth. The massive holographic display in the center of the room showed their fleet's last known position: the edge of the Sol system. "Play it again," he ordered, his voice tight with tension. A young officer pressed a button, and the recording began once more. The simple beacon message flashed across the screen: "Crimson Fleet arrival at Sol system confirmed. Beginning final approach to target planet. Glory to the Empire." That was all. No victory announcement. No conquest declaration. No further communications of any kind. It has been 15 days, one of his advisors said quietly. The Crimson Fleet has never taken more than 3 days to conquer a primitive world. Zexlar stopped pacing and stared at the image of Earth rotating slowly in the hologram. Send the investigation fleet, he commanded, but tell them to maintain maximum safe distance from the target system. Across the galaxy, in a dimly lit bar on the trading station Nexus 7, different species gathered to discuss the shocking news. The station was a neutral meeting point where information and rumors flowed as freely as the drinks. Did you hear? A blue-skinned Centaurian whispered to his Arcturian friend. The entire Draconian Crimson Fleet, just gone. Impossible, the Arcturian responded, his crystalline body reflecting the bar's lights. The humans don't even have proper space defenses. They're still using primitive satellite technology. At a nearby table, a group of merchant captains argued over their drinks. One of them, a veteran trader named Kirix, had visited Earth's solar system several times. I'm telling you, she insisted, waving her tentacles for emphasis. Something's not right about that planet. 3 years ago, I saw a Nexan raiding party heading toward Earth. Never heard from them again. Everyone assumed they had engine trouble and got lost in deep space, but now. The bar fell silent as the massive screen on the wall switched to an emergency broadcast. The investigation fleet had arrived at the edge of the Sol system and was transmitting their first reports. Initial scans confirmed no trace of the Crimson Fleet, the Draconian announcer stated, trying to keep his voice steady. Long-range observations show human civilization continuing normal activities. Their technology level appears unchanged. Early warning systems detected something strange. It wasn't Russian missiles. It was a small alien scout ship observing the conflict. The ship crashed in New Mexico, and what we found inside changed everything. She walked to an old display case containing twisted pieces of alien metal and strange devices. The scout ship's quantum sensors could detect ships traveling through hyperspace. We realized Earth wasn't alone, and we weren't safe. More importantly, we learned that multiple alien civilizations were planning to invade Earth once we reached a certain level of space technology. The lights dimmed as Emily approached a large window overlooking the temporal containment grid. Instead of building weapons, President Kennedy secretly created the Sentinel Initiative. Our job wasn't to fight the aliens, it was to catch them. In another part of the facility, Technical Director Robert Wong studied the readings from the Draconian Fleet's containment field. The ships hung motionless in the golden light of the temporal stasis field, frozen between moments of time. Status report, he called out to his team. All systems normal, sir, Sarah Chen replied from her station. After her morning coffee shop visit during the capture, she had returned to her real job as lead temporal engineer. The Draconians are perfectly preserved. No sign of temporal decay. Robert nodded with satisfaction. The technology they had developed using the crashed scout ship's secrets was working perfectly. It didn't destroy invading ships. It simply moved them sideways in time, trapping them in a moment that would never end. Sir, one of the younger technicians called out, you should see this. We're picking up some interesting data from the Draconian ship's computers. Robert walked over to look at the screen. As part of the containment process, their systems could safely scan the frozen ships. What they found made him smile. Well, he said, looks like the Draconians have detailed maps of every major alien civilization. This will be very useful for our defense planning. In the facility's command center, Director James Chen held an emergency meeting with his top staff. The room's walls showed live feeds from their quantum sensors, tracking alien observation ships at the edge of the solar system. The galaxy is watching us more closely than ever, he announced. But they still don't understand what they're seeing. Our surface technology remains deliberately primitive: old rockets, basic satellites, and fossil fuel power plants. Meanwhile, our real technology stays hidden, protecting Earth without anyone knowing how we do it. He pressed a button, and a new hologram appeared showing Earth's complete temporal defense network. Thousands of hidden satellites and stations formed an invisible web around the planet, ready to catch any invasion force in its golden stasis field. For decades, aliens have seen Earth as an easy target, James continued. They never realized that every failed invasion attempt made us stronger. Each captured ship, each preserved alien army, taught us more about the galaxy and its technology. The Draconians won't be the last to try. But like all the others, they'll only make our collection more complete. The meeting room fell silent as everyone considered this truth. Earth wasn't just defending itself. It was building the greatest museum of alien military might the galaxy would never know about. At least, not until humanity was ready to reveal its true power. John Martinez wiped the sweat from his forehead as he guided his mining rover across the lunar surface. Working on the moon was boring most days. Just collecting rocks and maintaining equipment. The Earth hung in the black sky above him, beautiful and blue. "Base, this is Rover 7, he called over the radio. "Starting my final sweep of Section K before heading back." That's when his rover's sensors started beeping. Something metal was buried in the moon dust ahead of him. John checked his maps. There shouldn't be anything in this area. "Base, I'm picking up an unusual reading," he reported. "Going to check it out." As he got closer, his lights revealed something that made his heart stop. Half buried in the gray dust was a piece of metal that definitely wasn't human technology. Its surface was covered in strange symbols, and it had an odd scale-like pattern. "Base, you need to see this." 6 hours later, the lunar discovery site was crawling with Sentinel Initiative personnel in disguised mining suits. Dr. Emily Martinez stood next to the excavated object, an alien escape pod from the Draconian fleet. "It's intact," she said into her secure communicator, "and there's someone inside." The pod's window showed a single Draconian officer, unconscious but alive. Unlike his fleet, he wasn't frozen in time. He had somehow escaped the temporal stasis field. Director James Chen's voice crackled over the radio. "Bring him in. Maximum security. We need to know what he saw." Commander Vex Thor woke up in a strange room. The walls were white, and he was lying on some kind of medical bed. To his surprise, he wasn't restrained. A human female stood nearby, watching him carefully. "You're safe," Dr. Martins said in perfect Draconian language. "We have questions, and I think you do too." Vex Thor sat up slowly, his scaled head pounding with memory. "My fleet," he said. "What did you do to them?" "We preserved them," Emily replied simply. "They're not dead. They're just waiting." The commander's yellow eyes narrowed. "I saw it happen. We entered your gravity well, and reality itself began to break apart. Ships started disappearing, but not like normal cloaking technology. They became like ghosts, fading away section by section. My emergency pod activated automatically, and here I am." He looked at Emily with a mixture of fear and respect. "You're not primitives at all, are you?" Emily smiled. "No, we just prefer to keep certain technologies private." In the observation room next door, Director Chen watched the interview with growing concern. The escape pod was a complication they hadn't planned for. Now they had a living witness who had seen Earth's temporal defense grid in action. "Sir," Sarah Chen said, entering the room with a datapad. "The pod's computer records confirm his story. It had a special shield designed to protect against time distortions. The Draconians created it by accident, trying to defend against a completely different weapon." James nodded thoughtfully. "So they accidentally made the one thing that could partially resist our temporal stasis field. Interesting." He turned to the window, watching as Dr. Martinez continued talking with Vex Thor. "The galaxy's going to learn about us sooner than we planned. The question is, how do we control what they learn?" Sarah studied the Draconian commander through the glass. "Maybe we don't need to hide anymore. Maybe it's time to show the galaxy exactly who they've been trying to invade all these years." Outside the base, Disguised as a normal mining operation, the moon continued its quiet orbit around Earth. Somewhere below them, in secret underground chambers, the mighty Crimson Fleet floated in golden stasis, waiting for the day humanity would decide to wake them up. The news spread across the galaxy like wildfire. A survivor from the Crimson Fleet had been found. Within days, ships from 20 different alien civilizations arrived at the edge of the solar system, demanding answers. Inside the United Nations building in New York, humanity prepared to reveal its true nature to the galaxy. The room looked normal to the public watching on TV, but hidden quantum technology let alien ambassadors attend as holograms. Ambassador Chen, Sarah's mother and Earth's chosen speaker, stood at the podium. Around her, the air shimmered with the forms of alien representatives. Some looked like insects, others like crystals, and some were just clouds of light. "Welcome to Earth," she began simply. Insects, others like crystals, and some showing massive underground chambers filled with captured invasion were just clouds of light. "Welcome to Earth," she began simply. Insects, others like crystals, and some showing massive underground chambers filled with captured invasion were just clouds of light. "Welcome to Earth," she began simply. Insects, others like crystals, and some showing massive underground chambers filled with captured invasion were just clouds of light. "Welcome to Earth," she began simply. Insects, others like crystals. Scaled head in wonder. All these years, pretending to be weak while building this incredible defense system. Emily smiled. Humans are good at playing the long game. When we found that first crashed scout ship, we realized something important. We couldn't fight the whole galaxy, but we could make invasion impossible. Vexthor turned to her. "The temporal stasis technology. Other species will demand it." "We know," Emily replied. "That's why we're revealing everything now. On our terms." In orbit above Earth, the Sentinel Initiative's secret space station dropped its cloaking field for the first time. The massive structure had been invisible for decades, coordinating the temporal defense grid that protected Earth. Director James Chen stood at the station's main window, watching Earth below. Sarah worked at a control panel nearby, monitoring the reactions of the alien ships that could finally see them. "3 ships are charging weapons," she reported calmly. "Looks like the Arcturians want to test our defenses." James nodded. "Let them. It's time for demonstration number 2. The Arcturian ships fired energy beams at Earth, but halfway to their target, the beams froze in space, caught in the temporal stasis field. They hung there like golden ribbons, harmless and beautiful. "Send the message," James ordered. Sarah pressed a button, broadcasting to all alien ships. "As you can see, hostile actions are pointless. We offer friendship to peaceful visitors. Those who choose violence will join our museum collection." Back in the UN, Ambassador Chen revealed humanity's final surprise. With another button press, she showed them the true Earth, a planet ringed with invisible quantum technology, protected by temporal fields, and far more advanced than anyone had imagined. "We don't want war," she told the shocked delegates. "We never did. That's why we chose to preserve rather than destroy. Every ship in our temporal vault can be restored. Every crew can be awakened. We offer you all a choice. Continue seeing us as targets, or accept us as equals." The alien representatives fell silent, finally understanding the truth. They hadn't been watching a primitive civilization at all. They had been watching a patient predator, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal its true power. Red warning lights flashed throughout the Sentinel Initiative's underground facility. Sarah Chen's fingers flew across her control panel as she tried to stabilize the temporal containment field. Something was going wrong with the Draconian fleet's stasis chamber. "Status report," Director Chen demanded, rushing into the control room. "The temporal field is fluctuating," Sarah replied, her eyes fixed on the readings. It's like they're trying to wake up." Through the observation window, they could see the golden stasis field around the Crimson Fleet flickering. Parts of ships would become solid for a moment, then fade back into the temporal stasis. Get Dr. Martinez and Commander Vexthor down here now, James ordered. We need to understand what's happening. Inside the temporal field, Admiral Kextar experienced something impossible. His consciousness flickered between moments in time. 1 second, he was ordering his fleet to retreat. The next, he saw strange visions of Earth's true nature: advanced cities, quantum technology, temporal weapons. What is happening to us? He tried to speak, but his words came out distorted, stretched across time itself. Around him, his crew experienced the same thing. They saw glimpses of their fleet in the temporal vault, watched years pass in seconds, and realized how completely they had underestimated their target. Dr. Emily Martinez and Commander Vexthor arrived at the containment chamber running. The Draconian commander's eyes widened as he saw his fellow soldiers trapped between moments of time. "This shouldn't be possible," Emily said, checking the readings. "The stasis field is completely stable. They shouldn't be able to perceive anything. Unless..." Vexthor moved closer to the window. "Unless our ship's temporal shielding is stronger than we thought. The same technology that let my escape pod survive might be letting them resist the stasis field." Sarah's console beeped urgently. "The temporal distortion is spreading. If we don't stabilize it soon, it could affect other exhibits. We could have every captured fleet waking up at once." In the observation room above, Ambassador Chen met with the alien delegates who had demanded to see the problem for themselves. They watched in fascination as the mighty Crimson Fleet flickered between existence and temporal stasis. "Your containment technology isn't perfect after all," one of the delegates said smugly. The ambassador smiled. "Actually, this proves how advanced it is. The Draconians are experiencing centuries of time and moments, learning everything about us. When they fully awaken, if we let them, they'll understand exactly why attacking Earth was a mistake." Back in the control room, Sarah suddenly sat up straight. "Wait, I have an idea. Instead of fighting the temporal distortion, what if we use it?" She quickly explained her plan. By carefully controlling the flickers in the stasis field, they could communicate with the trapped fleet, show them exactly what they needed to see. "It's risky," James said, "but do it." Sarah's fingers danced across the controls, carefully adjusting the temporal field. Through the window, they could see the Draconian ship stabilizing. The crew inside were still caught between moments, but now they were seeing exactly what Earth wanted them to see: the truth about humanity's power, patience, and mercy. Admiral Kextar, frozen in his command chair, watched in awe as centuries of human advancement played before his eyes. His last thought, before the stasis field fully stabilized again, was a realization that would change the galaxy forever. Earth hadn't just defeated them. It had turned their own invasion into the greatest learning experience in Draconian history. High Commander Zexlar stood before the Draconian Imperial Council, his scales dark with shame. The holographic displays around him showed Earth's revealed defenses and their trapped Crimson Fleet. "We cannot accept this humiliation," one council member growled. "Activate the planet killer." Zexlar straightened up. Yes, they still had their secret weapon, a massive space station hidden in dark space, capable of destroying entire worlds from beyond the reach of Earth's temporal defense grid. "Send the activation code," he commanded. But when his officer pressed the control panel, nothing happened. The planet killer didn't respond. "Sir," the officer said, his voice shaking, "someone's accessing our command systems. They're broadcasting a message." On Earth, in the Sentinel Initiative's command center, Sarah Chen allowed herself a small smile as she pressed the final button. On screens around the room, the faces of Draconian leaders showed growing horror as they realized the truth. Director James Chen stepped forward and spoke directly to the Alien Council through their own hijacked communication system. "Looking for this?" he asked, holding up a small device. The device projected a hologram of the Planet Killer space station, or rather, what was left of it. The massive weapon had been completely dismantled, its pieces floating harmlessly in space. "We found your secret weapon 3 years ago," James explained. "Rather than destroy it, we simply replaced certain parts. Everything you see when you look at it is just a hologram." In the underground facility, Dr. Martinez showed Commander Vexthor the truth. An entire section of their temporal vault contained the real pieces of the planet Killer, carefully preserved and studied. "Impossible," Vexthor whispered. "The station was guarded by our best security systems." "Yes," Emily agreed, "but we've had decades to learn how your technology works. Every failed invasion taught us more. We didn't just defend against you. We were always 10 steps ahead." Ambassador Chen stood before the United Nations again, but this time she addressed both humanity and the watching galaxy. The screen showed the Draconian Empire's leadership in chaos as their last weapon was revealed to be useless. "For centuries," she said, "Earth has been seen as a target, but each attack made us stronger. When the Draconians hid their planet Killer in dark space, they didn't realize we had already mapped every secret base in the galaxy, using data from previous captured fleets." She gestured to the temporal vault displays. "We could have destroyed these invading forces. Instead, we preserved them. Because humanity's greatest strength isn't our technology or our defenses, it's our ability to learn from every challenge." Back in the Draconian Imperial Palace, Zexlar made the hardest decision of his life. He stepped forward and raised his hand for silence. "We have been outmaneuvered," he announced to the Council. "Not just militarily, but strategically and morally. The humans could have destroyed us at any time. Instead, they chose to teach us a lesson we will never forget." He turned to the communication screen where Director Chen waited. "The Draconian Empire surrenders," he said formally. "Not because we must, but because we finally understand. You weren't prey pretending to be weak. You were a teacher pretending to be prey." In the Sentinel Initiative's command center, James nodded in acceptance. Beside him, Sarah initiated the process to begin waking up select members of the Crimson Fleet, those who, like Commander Vexthor, might help build a bridge between their civilizations. The galaxy was changing, and humanity, patient and clever, had orchestrated every step of that change. 1 year later, the Earth looked very different. The skies now openly showed the quantum defense grid, shimmering like a golden web around the planet. Ships from dozens of alien civilizations moved peacefully through designated travel lanes, coming to learn from the humans who had fooled the galaxy for so long. Sarah Chen stood in the newly opened Galactic Museum of Peace, which had once been the secret temporal vault. Beside her, Commander Vexthor helped guide a group of alien visitors through the exhibits. "This was the Crimson Fleet," he explained to the amazed visitors, pointing to where his ships now floated in a special display field. Most of the fleet remained in stasis, but a few ships had been awakened as a reminder of history. "We came to conquer Earth. Instead, we learned the true meaning of power." In another part of the museum, Dr. Emily Martinez worked with a team of alien scientists. They studied the temporal stasis technology, but with a new purpose, using it to preserve endangered species and protect worlds from natural disasters. Humanity's greatest invention, she told them, wasn't the temporal field itself. It was finding a way to use a weapon as a tool for peace. The alien scientists nodded in understanding. Many of their own worlds had already begun using modified versions of the technology, shared freely by Earth once peace was established. Director James Chen sat in his office in the new Galactic Defense Council building. The walls showed holographic displays of Earth's defense network, now expanded to protect other peaceful worlds. On his desk sat reports from across the galaxy, stories of former enemies becoming allies, of weapons turned into tools, of fear transformed into respect. "Another report from the Arcturian sector," Sarah said, entering his office. "They've successfully adapted our temporal shields to protect their crystal cities from solar storms." James smiled. "And to think they tried to attack us just a year ago." "How are the Draconians doing?" "Better than expected," Sarah replied. Commander Vexthor's education program is working. Their entire military academy now teaches about Earth strategy as an example of superior thinking. Ambassador Chen stood on the moon, watching Earth rise over the horizon. The lunar surface now hosted a thriving alien diplomatic community. Representatives from across the galaxy came here to learn, trade, and work together. A small group of draconian children played nearby, their scales glittering in the starlight. They were part of the first cultural exchange program, young aliens coming to learn Earth's philosophy of patience and preservation. Tell us the story again, one of them called out to her, about how Earth caught the mighty Crimson Fleet. The ambassador smiled. It had become their favorite tale, not because it showed Earth's victory, but because it taught an important lesson about true strength. In the museum's main hall, a special ceremony was taking place. The last group of Draconian crew members was being awakened from temporal stasis. As they stepped out of the golden field, they were greeted not as prisoners, but as honored guests. Commander Vexthor stepped forward to welcome his former comrades. "Welcome to the real Earth," he said. "The planet that could have destroyed us, but chose to teach us instead." The newly awakened Draconians looked around in wonder at the peaceful gathering of species their empire had once planned to conquer. Humans worked alongside aliens, sharing knowledge and building a better galaxy together. Earth had revealed its true power at last. But its greatest victory wasn't capturing fleets or outsmarting enemies. It was transforming the galaxy from a place of conquest into one of cooperation. The Temporal Vault, once a secret museum of defeated invaders, had become a public reminder that the strongest weapon of all was patience, and the greatest victory was turning enemies into friends. Admiral Kekstar stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Crimson Dawn.
Before we get started, make sure to subscribe to the channel and like this video. That way, you'll always stay connected to our stories and never miss the next adventure. Amara had exactly 3 minutes left on her shift when she heard the screaming. 3 minutes. 180 seconds between her and a hot shower, a cold beer, and the blissful silence of her tiny apartment where nobody needed anything from her and nothing was on fire. She'd been counting down since hour 9 of this 12-hour nightmare, watching the clock tick with the desperate focus of a woman who'd unloaded 6 freight containers of mining equipment in 90-degree heat. But no, the universe had other plans. Because of course it did. The sound came from the alley behind the cargo docks, the kind of narrow, trash-filled gap between buildings, where smart people didn't go after dark. Amara was many things, stubborn, sarcastic, possibly too fond of cheap whiskey, but she'd never been accused of being smart. Not when it counted, anyway. She should have kept walking, should have clocked out, gone home, pretended she hadn't heard a thing. That was the frontier colony survival rule number 1. Mind your own business. Keep your head down. Don't get involved in whatever fresh hell was brewing in the shadows. Instead, she grabbed the cargo hook hanging by the loading bay door and headed toward the noise. "Stupid," she muttered to herself. "This is stupid. You're stupid." The alley reeked of rotting garbage and something chemical that probably violated at least 6 environmental regulations. Amara's boots splashed through something she really hoped was just water as she rounded the corner, cargo hook held like a very inadequate weapon. What she found made her stop dead. 4 men, human, which somehow made it worse, had backed something small and terrified against the far wall. They had the look of hired muscle, cheap armor, cheaper weapons, and the kind of swagger that came from never having met real consequences. The kind of thugs who worked for smugglers or gang bosses, doing the dirty work for people too smart to get their own hands bloody. The small, terrified something was a child. Not a human child, though. This kid had scales that shimmered iridescent even in the dim light, and eyes that reflected the glow from the street like a cat's, claws on hands that were too small to do any real damage, and a tail that lashed in fear. The kid couldn't have been more than 8 or 9 in human years, wearing clothes that looked expensive, real fabric, not synthweave. Amara's brain supplied the information automatically. Haxree, one of the apex predator species, the kind of aliens who grew up to be 8 feet of muscle, fang, and attitude. The kind who ran half the military operations in this sector of space and looked at humans like we were cute, squishy things that broke too easily to be useful. This particular Haxree was currently shaking like a leaf and making small, terrified chirping sounds. "Come on, little guy," one of the thugs was saying, his voice doing that fake friendly thing that made Amara's skin crawl. "We're not gonna hurt you. Just gonna take you somewhere safe, yeah? Your family's gonna pay good money to get you back." Ransom? Of course. Because kidnapping an apex predator's child was definitely a plan made by people who thought things through. The kid pressed harder against the wall, claws scraping uselessly against concrete. Amara cleared her throat. All 4 thugs spun around, weapons coming up. She got a good look at what she was dealing with. Plasma pistols, the cheap kind that overheated after 6 shots, but would absolutely turn her into a smoking crater before that became a problem. "Evening, gentlemen," she said, keeping her voice level and her cargo hook visible. "Lovely night for felony kidnapping." The lead thug, shaved head, scar across his nose, probably thought he looked intimidating, laughed. "Walk away, lady. This doesn't concern you." "See, I would," Amara said, taking a step forward. "I really, really would. I've had a long day. My back hurts. I'm pretty sure I pulled something in my shoulder. And I've got a date with a shower that's been calling my name for the last 3 hours." Another step. "But here's my problem," she continued. "I walk away, and tomorrow I wake up knowing I let 4 grown men terrorize a kid. And then I've got to live with that. And I'm already living with enough bad decisions without adding that to the pile." "Your funeral," Scarface said, raising his pistol. "Yeah," Amara sighed. "Probably." She moved fast. Not fast enough to dodge a plasma bolt, but fast enough to be unpredictable. The cargo hook swung out, caught Scarface's wrist, and his shot went wide, scorching the wall above the kid's head. Amara followed through, driving her boot into his knee. Something crunched. He went down screaming. Then everything went sideways. The other 3 opened fire, and Amara did the only thing she could think of. She threw herself between the kid and the guns. The first bolt hit her in the shoulder, and it felt like someone had shoved a red-hot poker through her flesh. The second caught her in the ribs. The third, fourth, and fifth came so fast she couldn't tell where they hit, just that her entire body was suddenly made of fire and agony. She heard the kid screaming, a high, terrified sound that cut through the pain. 6th shot. Her leg gave out. The 7th knocked her flat. The 8th, she didn't really feel. Everything had gone distant and fuzzy, like she was watching it happen to someone else. She was on the ground, she realized. When had that happened? The kid was underneath her, protected by her body, still making those scared, chirping sounds. "You crazy!" one of the thugs was shouting, but his voice sounded like it was coming from underwater. Footsteps. Running. The thugs were leaving, probably heard sirens, or maybe they'd just realized they'd shot a human in front of a witness, and that was going to bring heat they didn't want. Amara tried to move, to check if the kid was okay, but her body wasn't responding anymore. Everything felt cold despite the burning pain. That was bad, right? She was pretty sure that was bad. The kid wriggled out from under her, and she got a glimpse of those big, reflective eyes staring down at her. The little Haxorey was saying something, but Amara couldn't make out the words. Everything was getting darker. Her last coherent thought was, well, this is officially...
Amara stopped thinking anything at all.
Her whole.
Somewhere far away, she was vaguely aware of more sounds.
Somewhere far away,
shouting.
She was
the whine of emergency vehicles. Someone lifting her. Multiple someones. Strong hands. Urgent voices speaking in languages she didn't recognize. But it all felt very far away and not particularly important anymore. If this was dying, it was a lot less dramatic than the movies made it look. Mostly, it was just quiet and cold. And
then, nothing at all. Waking up was a mistake. That was Amara's first coherent thought, as consciousness dragged her up from the comfortable void. Her second thought was that everything hurt in that special way that suggested her body had been disassembled, run through a wood chipper, and then reassembled by someone working from a badly translated instruction manual. Her third thought was, why am I not dead? She cracked one eye open and immediately regretted it. The light was too bright, too clean, too white. This wasn't the dingy emergency clinic near the docks where freight workers went when they couldn't afford to miss work. This was the kind of medical facility that had actual windows and equipment that looked like it had been manufactured sometime in the current decade. "Oh, good," a male voice said from somewhere to her left. "You're awake. I was starting to wonder if you'd decided to just sleep through the next month." Amara turned her head, slowly, because apparently her neck had opinions about sudden movements, and found a human man in a white coat sitting in a chair beside her bed. He was maybe 50, with gray streaking through dark hair, and the kind of tired eyes that said he'd seen some things and wasn't particularly impressed by any of them. "Where?" Her voice came out like gravel. She tried again. "Where am I?" "Mercy General, Upper District," the man said. "I'm Dr. Harry. And before you ask, yes, you should be dead. No, I don't know how you're not. And yes, someone paid for the very expensive treatment that's the only reason we're having this conversation." Amara processed that. Upper District, the fancy part of Iron Haven where people had things like savings accounts and furniture that matched. She'd been there exactly once to deliver a package and had felt out of place the entire time. "How long?" she asked. 3 weeks, give or take," Harry said. "You were in a medically induced coma while the regenerative treatment did its work. You took 8 plasma bolts at close range. Your shoulder was slag. 3 ribs were powder. Your left lung was perforated, and your femur had a hole in it the size of my fist." He said it clinically, like he was reading a grocery list. Amara appreciated that. She didn't need sympathy. She needed information. "The kid?" she asked. Harry's expression shifted into something that might have been amusement. "The kid is fine. Not a scratch on him thanks to you using your body as a meat shield, which, for the record, was either the bravest or stupidest thing I have seen in 20 years of emergency medicine, and I once treated a guy who tried to fight a cargo mech with his bare hands." "Stupid," Amara said. "Definitely stupid." "Well, the kid's family disagrees." Harry stood up, and there was something in his posture that made Amara nervous. Which brings me to the complicated part of this conversation. You've got visitors. A lot of them, and they've been waiting very patiently for you to wake up. Visitors? Amara tried to sit up and discovered that her body had strong feelings about that plan. Who? The kind that travel with armed escorts and diplomatic credentials, Harry said. The kind that make hospital administrators very, very nervous. The kind that... Look, I'm just going to say it. There are Haxorey Imperial Guards outside your room right now, and they've been there for 2 weeks. Amara stared at him. I'm sorry. There are what? Imperial Guards, elite military, the kind of soldiers who could probably take out this entire building without breaking a sweat. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Turns out the kid you saved wasn't just any Haxree cub. His name is Rennick, and his father is High Commander Naxrill, as in one of the most powerful military leaders in Haxree society. As in the kind of person who can make entire planets nervous. The room suddenly felt too small. Amara's brain, still fuzzy from 3 weeks of forced unconsciousness, tried to process this information and failed spectacularly. Oh, she said. Oh, that's just fantastic. It gets better, Harry said, and his tone suggested it absolutely did not get better. The commander wants to meet you. He's been asking every day when you'd wake up. And before you ask, no, you can't say no. I mean, you can, but I don't recommend it. These people take honor and debts very seriously. How seriously? The kind of seriously where refusing to meet him would be considered a grave insult and might cause an interstellar incident, Harry said. So, you know, no pressure. Amara closed her eyes and counted to 10, then 20. Then she gave up because numbers weren't making this situation any less insane. Fine, she said. Wheel him in. Let's get this over with. You sure? You just woke up. I can tell him you need more time. Dr. Harry, Amara said, opening her eyes. I'm lying in a hospital bed in the fancy part of town, apparently alive because some alien warlord paid for experimental treatment, and there are elite soldiers outside my door. I don't think more time is going to make this less weird. Harry nodded slowly. Fair point. I'll let them know. He left, and Amara had about 30 seconds to contemplate her life choices before the door opened again. The Haxree who entered had to duck to fit through the doorway. He was massive, easily 8 feet tall, with scales that shimmered deep crimson and gold. His eyes were amber, slit-pupilled, and currently fixed on Amara with an intensity that made her want to hide under the blankets. He wore armor that looked ceremonial, but probably functioned just fine in actual combat, and he moved with the fluid grace of something that had been killing things efficiently for a very long time. Behind him, 2 more Haxree in military gear flanked the door. Guards for the guard, apparently. High Commander Naxrill stopped at the foot of her bed and just looked at her. Amara looked back, because she'd never been good at backing down, even when it was clearly the smart choice. The silence stretched out. Amara's internal monologue was screaming. Finally, Naxrill spoke. His voice was deep, resonant, and carried an accent that turned human words into something more growled than spoken. You are Amara. It wasn't a question, but she answered anyway. That's me. Dock worker, bad decision-maker, apparently too stubborn to die. Something flickered in those amber eyes. You saved my son. I got in the way of some bullets, Amara said. Not sure that counts as saving. You placed your body between him and harm, Naxrill said. You took wounds that should have killed you. You did this for a child not of your species, not of your clan, not of your world. This is not getting in the way. This is sacrifice. The way he said that last word made it sound important. Capital S, important. Look, Amara said, I'm not trying to be difficult here, but I really just did what anyone would do. Kid was scared. Bad guys had guns. I had a cargo hook and a history of poor impulse control. That's the whole story. No, Naxrill said, and there was something almost confused in his tone. That is not what anyone would do. Most would flee. Many would hide. Some would call for help and hope it arrived in time. You attacked 4 armed males with a tool and your bare hands. You used your flesh as a shield. This is not normal behavior. Well, normal's overrated, Amara muttered. Naxriel moved closer, and Amara fought the urge to sink deeper into the bed. He wasn't being threatening, at least she didn't think he was, but he was just so damn big, and every instinct she had was screaming that this was a predator, and she was very, very small. In my culture, Naxriel said slowly, a life debt is sacred. Absolute. You saved my son's life at the cost of your own. That you survived does not diminish the debt. It increases it. I'm not asking for anything, Amara said, quickly. Seriously, we're good. You paid for the fancy medical treatment, which, thank you for that, and we can just call it even. We cannot call it even, Naxriel interrupted, and there was something almost offended in his tone. There is no even. There is debt, and there is honor, and there is family. You have given me back my son. There is no payment that balances this. He straightened, and suddenly his posture changed into something formal, ritualistic. The two guards by the door snapped to attention. I, High Commander Naxriel of the Crimson Fleet, declare before witnesses that Amara of Ironhaven is kin-chosen. She is blood of my blood, clan of my clan, family of my family. Her enemies are my enemies. Her honor is my honor. This bond is eternal and unbreakable. The words hung in the air like something physical. The guards had their fists over their hearts. Naxriel was staring at her with an expression that might have been respect, or might have been something else entirely. Amara's brain had officially given up. I'm sorry, she said. I'm what now? Kin-chosen, Naxriel repeated. It is the highest honor my people can bestow. You are now considered part of my family. My clan will protect you, provide for you, honor you as one of our own. But I'm human, Amara said, because apparently that was where her brain had decided to make it stand. I'm not. We're not even the same species. How does that work? It has never been done before, Naxriel admitted. You are the first alien to be named kin-chosen. But the law is clear. One who saves the life of a clan member at risk of their own becomes family. The law does not specify species. So you're just adopting me into your alien warrior family because I got shot? Because you chose to get shot, Naxriel corrected. Because when faced with danger, you did not calculate odds or consider consequences. You simply acted. This is the mark of true strength, true honor. Amara laughed. She couldn't help it. The sound came out slightly hysterical, but honestly, who could blame her? Okay, she said. Okay, this is insane. This is completely insane. I'm a freight dock supervisor. I live in a 400-square-foot apartment. I eat instant noodles for dinner 3 nights a week. I am not warrior family material. You faced 4 armed enemies alone, Naxriel said. You took 8 plasma bolts and survived. You protected a child with your life. What part of this is not warrior behavior? The part where I was mostly just annoyed and not thinking clearly? Courage is not the absence of fear, Naxriel said. It is action despite fear. You have proven your courage. The matter is settled. He turned to leave, then paused at the door. My son wishes to visit you, he said. When you are stronger. He has been asking every day. The kid's okay? Amara asked. Really okay? Not a scratch, Naxriel said, and something in his voice softened. Because of you. Rest now, Amara. Kin-chosen. We will speak again soon. He left, guards following, and the room suddenly felt much larger and much quieter. Dr. Harry poked his head back in. So, he said, that happened? I've been adopted by alien warriors, Amara said to the ceiling. This is my life now. Could be worse, Harry offered. How? How could this possibly be worse? Harry considered. Well, you could still be dead. Yeah, Amara sighed. There is that. She closed her eyes and tried very hard not to think about what being kin-chosen to a high commander actually meant. She had a feeling she was going to find out whether she wanted to or not. Amara was discharged from Mercy General 5 days later, and that's when she learned that her life had become a circus. A circus with armed guards, media drones, and apparently a security detail that followed her everywhere, like the world's most intimidating shadows. This is ridiculous, she said, for the 15th time that morning, staring at the Haxry warrior currently standing outside her apartment door. I don't need a bodyguard. I live on the 4th floor of a building with broken elevators. The most dangerous thing here is the mold in the bathroom. Lieutenant Horan, because of course he had a rank and a name, and apparently a permanent assignment to make her life complicated, didn't even blink. He was smaller than Naxrill, only about 6.5 feet tall, with dark green scales and eyes that tracked every movement in the hallway, like he was expecting an attack from the vending machine. High Commander's orders, Horan said, his voice clipped and professional. You are kin-chosen. You will be protected. I've lived here for 3 years without protection, Amara pointed out. I think I can manage. You were not a political symbol 3 years ago, Horan replied. You were not known across 6 star systems. You were not the first human to be named kin-chosen to a Haxry clan. You are now all of these things. Therefore, you will be protected. He said it like he was explaining basic math to a particularly slow child. Amara resisted the urge to throw something at him. I don't want to be a political symbol, she muttered, unlocking her door. I want to be a person who drinks coffee in her underwear and doesn't have an audience. Then you should not have saved the High Commander's son, Horan said. Amara turned to stare at him. Are you seriously suggesting I should have let a kid get kidnapped? I am suggesting that actions have consequences, Horan said. You chose to act. These are the consequences. You know what? I don't like you, Amara said. That is acceptable, Horan replied. I am not here to be liked. I am here to ensure you survive. Amara slammed the door in his face and immediately felt childish about it. Then she decided she didn't care. If she was going to be stuck with a judgmental lizard cat warrior following her around, she was allowed to be petty about it. Her apartment looked exactly the same as she'd left it 3 weeks ago, which was somehow both comforting and depressing. Dishes in the sink, laundry on the chair. The plant by the window that she'd named Herbert was definitely dead now. Nothing had changed, except everything had changed, and Amara didn't know how to process that. She made coffee, the cheap instant kind that tasted like regret, and sat on her couch, trying to figure out what came next. Her comm unit buzzed, then buzzed again, then started buzzing continuously. Messages, hundreds of them. Interview requests from news outlets across the colony and beyond. Job offers from security companies. Marriage proposals from people she'd never met. Threats from people who apparently had strong feelings about humans getting special treatment from alien species. Amara turned the comm unit off and threw it across the room. This is fine, she said to her dead plant. Everything is fine. Herbert did not respond, being dead. The knock on her door 3 hours later was small and hesitant, nothing like Horan's earlier pounding. Amara opened it to find Rennick standing in the hallway, looking up at her with those big reflective eyes. He was wearing clean clothes now, expensive looking, and there was an older Haxri female behind him. A nanny or guardian, probably. Horan loomed in the background, watching. "Hi," Rennick said in heavily accented human standard. "You are awake." Something in Amara's chest did a weird twisting thing. The kid was okay. Really, actually okay. Not a scratch on him, just like everyone had said. "Yeah," she said, crouching down to his level and immediately regretting it when her still-healing ribs protested. "I'm awake. How are you doing, kid?" "I am good," Rennick said. "Because of you. Father says you are family now. He says you are very brave." "Your father gives me too much credit," Amara said. "I just did what needed doing." "You took the fire weapons," Rennick said, and his voice got smaller. "You covered me. I thought you were dead. There was so much blood." Oh no. The kid had trauma. Of course he had trauma. He'd watched someone get shot 8 times right in front of him. "Hey," Amara said softly. "I'm okay. See? Still here, still kicking. Takes more than a few plasma bolts to keep me down." Rennick reached out and touched her arm, like he needed to confirm she was real. His claws were tiny, barely sharp enough to scratch. "I brought you something," he said, pulling a small object from his pocket. "Father says, when someone saves your life, you give them a token, so they remember you are grateful." He held out what looked like a small carved stone, smooth and dark, with symbols etched into its surface. "It is from our home world," Rennick explained. "It means protector. Father says you are my protector now. Family protects family." Amara took the stone, and that weird twisting thing in her chest got worse. She wasn't good with emotions. She was good with cargo manifests and sarcasm and keeping her head down. This was way outside her comfort zone. "Thank you," she managed. "I'll keep it safe." Rennick smiled, showing way too many teeth, and Amara reminded herself that this cute kid would eventually grow up to be an 8-foot apex predator. Biology was weird. The nanny ushered Rennick away after a few more minutes, and Amara was left standing in her doorway, holding a carved stone and feeling like her life had tilted sideways. "That was kind of him," Horan said from his post. "I thought you didn't do small talk," Amara said. "I do not," Horan replied. "I am making an observation. The young one has been distressed since the incident. You are the first person who has made him smile." Amara looked at the stone in her hand. "He's a good kid." "He is the son of a high commander," Horan said. "He will be a warrior, a leader. He will command fleets and make decisions that affect billions. But yes, he is also a good child." Something in Horan's tone made Amara look at him more closely. "You don't think I should be kin-chosen, do you?" Horan was quiet for a long moment. "I think you are human. Soft. Weak. Your species has been part of the Galactic Coalition for less than a generation. You have no warrior tradition, no honor codes, no understanding of what it means to be Haxri. Tell me how you really feel," Amara muttered. "But," Horan continued, "the High Commander has made his decision, and the High Commander does not make decisions lightly. So I will protect you, whether I understand his reasoning or not." "How inspiring," Amara said, really feeling the family love here. "You want honesty or comfort?" Horan asked. "I can provide only one." "Honesty's fine," Amara sighed. "I've had enough smoke blown up my—" The explosion cut her off. It came from below, a massive boom that shook the entire building. Amara stumbled, and Horan moved faster than anything that size should be able to move, pulling her back into her apartment. "Stay down!" he barked, and suddenly he had a weapon in his hand. Where had he been keeping that? and was speaking rapidly into a comm unit in his own language. "What the hell?" Amara started. Another explosion. Closer. The lights flickered. "We are under attack," Horan said, scanning the hallway. "Someone has breached the building perimeter. We need to move. Now." "Attack? Who's attacking?" "Does it matter?" Horan grabbed her arm, carefully but firmly. "There are people trying to kill you. We can discuss their motivations after you are not dead." He pulled her into the hallway, and Amara's brain finally caught up with what was happening. Someone was trying to kill her. Actually, genuinely trying to kill her. Because she'd saved a kid and become famous, and apparently that made her a target. "I really hate my life right now," she said. "Complain later," Horan said. "Run, now." They ran. The stairwell was full of smoke, and Amara could hear screaming from the lower floors. Horan moved like he'd done this 1,000 times, weapon up, checking corners, keeping himself between her and any potential threats. They made it down 2 floors before the attackers found them. 3 figures in tactical gear, faces covered, weapons raised. They opened fire without warning, and Horan shoved Amara behind a concrete pillar hard enough to knock the wind out of her. He returned fire, and the sound was deafening in the enclosed space. 1 attacker went down. Then another. The third got a shot off that scorched the wall inches from Amara's head. Horan moved, fast and brutal, and suddenly the third attacker was on the ground with Horan's claws at his throat. "Who sent you?" Horan demanded. The attacker said nothing. Horan applied pressure, and the attacker made a choking sound. "Who sent you?" "The Collective," the attacker gasped. "The Collective of Rational Governance. You're contaminating the galaxy. Humans don't belong." Horan knocked him unconscious before he could finish. "We need to move," he said, pulling Amara up. "There will be more." They made it to the ground floor and out into the street, where chaos reigned. Emergency vehicles, security forces, and a crowd of onlookers with cameras. Amara's building was on fire, smoke pouring from the lower floors. A transport vehicle screeched to a halt in front of them, and Naxrill emerged, looking absolutely murderous. "You are unharmed?" he demanded, looking Amara over. "I'm fine," Amara said. "Horan got me out. What the hell is going on?" "An assassination attempt," Naxrill said. "The Collective of Rational Governance. A political faction that believes humans are inferior and should not be elevated within coalition society. They see your kin-chosen status as an insult to superior species." "So they tried to blow me up?" Amara said. "That seems excessive." "They tried to make a statement," Naxrill said. "They failed, and now they will face consequences." He turned to Horan. "You protected her." "It is my duty," Horan said. "You did well," Naxrill said, and there was approval in his voice. Then he looked at Amara. "You cannot return to your home. It is not safe. You will stay in the diplomatic quarter, under full guard, until this threat is eliminated." "I don't want to hide," Amara said, surprising herself. "These people tried to kill me because I saved a kid, because I'm human, and apparently that's offensive to them. If I hide, they win. If you die, they also win," Naxrill pointed out. "Then don't let me die," Amara said, "but I'm not hiding. I'm not giving them the satisfaction." Naxrill studied her for a long moment. Then something that might have been respect flickered in his eyes. "You are very stubborn," he said. "Yeah," Amara said. "I've been told." "Good," Naxrill said. "Stubbornness is a warrior trait. Come, we have much to discuss, and enemies to hunt." As they climbed into the transport, Amara caught Horan, watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read. "What?" she asked. "Nothing," Horan said. "I am simply reconsidering my earlier assessment." "Of what?" "Of whether humans understand what it means to be warriors," Horan said quietly. "Perhaps I was wrong." Amara didn't know what to say to that, so she said nothing. But she kept the carved stone Rennick had given her clutched tight in her hand, and she thought about what it meant to be a protector. And she thought about the people who'd tried to kill her for the crime of being human and being honored. And she got angry. Not the hot, explosive kind of angry. The cold, determined kind. The kind that made decisions and stuck to them. If the collective wanted to make her a symbol, fine. She'd be a symbol, just not the kind they were expecting. The Galactic Council Summit was held in the largest convention center on Ironhaven, a massive structure of glass and steel that was supposed to represent unity and cooperation among species. Right now, it mostly represented a very large target. Amara stood in the staging area backstage, wearing clothes that cost more than 3 months of her old salary and feeling like a fraud. The human delegation was around her, colonists, engineers, administrators, all looking nervous. They'd been invited to present humanity's petition for elevated status within the coalition, to argue that humans deserved a real voice in galactic affairs. And Amara was supposed to be their symbol, their proof that humans were worthy. No pressure. "You do not have to do this," Naxriel said from beside her. He'd been against the plan from the start, but Amara had been stubborn, and eventually he'd given in. "We have intelligence that the collective will strike today. Let them come to us, on ground of our choosing. Not here, where innocence will be caught in the crossfire." "If I hide, they win," Amara said. "We've been over this." "If you die, they also win," Naxriel countered. "We have been over that as well." "Then I guess I better not die," Amara said. Horan appeared from the shadows. He was good at that, she'd learned. "Perimeter is secure. My team is in position. If the collective makes a move, we will be ready." "You sound almost concerned, Lieutenant," Amara said. "Careful. People might think you actually like me." "I do not like you," Horan said, but there was something in his tone that suggested he was lying. "I simply prefer that you remain alive. It would reflect poorly on me if you died under my protection." "How touching," Amara said. A human aide poked her head in. 5 minutes, everyone. They're ready for you." The delegation filed out toward the stage, and Amara took a breath. She could do this. She'd faced down armed thugs, survived 8 plasma bolts, and lived through 3 weeks of being a galactic celebrity. She could handle a speech. Probably. The convention center was packed. Thousands of beings from dozens of species, all watching as the human delegation took the stage. Amara spotted the collective representatives in the audience. They weren't hiding, which was bold or stupid or both. They wore the gray and silver colors of their faction, and they watched the humans with expressions that ranged from contempt to outright hostility. The human ambassador, a woman named Clarissa, who actually knew what she was doing, began the presentation. She talked about human contributions to the coalition, about the colonies they'd built, the trade routes they'd established, the problems they'd solved. She was good, professional, hitting all the right notes, and the collective representatives looked bored. Then Clarissa introduced Amara, and the energy in the room shifted. "This is Amara," Clarissa said, "a freight dock worker who became the first human to be named kin-chosen by a Haxri clan. Her story represents what humanity brings to the coalition: courage, compassion, and the willingness to act when action is needed." Amara stepped forward, and every camera in the room focused on her. She hated it. "I'm not a politician," she said, because starting with honesty seemed like the only way to get through this. "I'm not a diplomat or a warrior or anyone important. 3 weeks ago, I was unloading cargo containers and counting down the minutes until my shift ended. Then I heard a kid screaming, and I made a choice." She could see Naxriel in the wings, watching. Rennick was beside him, small and attentive. "I didn't think about species or politics or galactic implications," Amara continued. "I just thought, there's a kid in trouble, and I can help. So I did. And yeah, I got shot 8 times for it, which I don't recommend, by the way. The recovery is terrible." A few laughs from the audience. Good. Humor helped. "But here's what I learned," Amara said. "Strength isn't about how big you are or how many weapons you have. It's about what you do when everything's on the line. It's about choosing to act when walking away would be easier. Humans might be new to the galaxy, and we might be smaller and softer than a lot of species here, but we don't quit. We don't back down. And we don't let kids get hurt if we can do something about it." One of the collective representatives stood up. "Inspiring words," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "But words are cheap. Humans are weak. You survived through luck and alien charity. Nothing more. You are not warriors. You are not worthy of elevation. You are—" The explosion cut him off. It came from the east entrance, a massive blast that shook the entire building. Then another from the west. The lights went out, emergency systems kicked in, and suddenly there was screaming and chaos and the sound of weapons fire. The collective had made their move. Horan was beside Amara in an instant, weapon drawn. "Get down!" But Amara wasn't looking at him. She was looking at the human delegation, at the colonists and engineers who were frozen in panic, and at the collective soldiers pouring in through the breached entrances. "No," she said. "No, we're not doing this." "Amara," Horan started. "They want to prove we're weak," Amara said. "Let's prove them wrong." She turned to the human delegation. "Listen up. I know you're scared. I'm scared too. But we've got 2 choices. We can hide and hope someone saves us, or we can fight back. Show them what humans do when we're cornered." "We're not soldiers," someone said. "Neither am I," Amara said. "But I'm stubborn, and I'm angry, and I'm really tired of people trying to kill me. Who's with me?" For a moment, nobody moved. Then a dock worker named Chen, no relation to anyone, just a guy who'd been part of the labor delegation, picked up a piece of broken debris and nodded. "I'm in," he said. Then another human stepped forward. And another. Within seconds, the entire delegation was armed with improvised weapons, chairs, debris, anything they could grab, and looking to Amara for direction. "Okay," Amara said. "Okay, here's what we do. We use the environment. We're smaller, so we're faster. We know this building. Most of us helped build it. Use that. Hit and run. Don't try to be heroes. Just slow them down until the real soldiers can do their job." Horan was staring at her. "You are insane." "Yeah, probably," Amara said. "You coming or not?" The fight that followed was chaos. The collective had brought heavy weapons and trained soldiers, but they hadn't counted on the humans fighting back. Amara's people used the building's layout against them, collapsing scaffolding, triggering fire suppression systems, turning the convention center into a maze of obstacles and hazards. Amara herself fought with a piece of pipe and pure spite, staying close to Horan, who was cutting through collective soldiers with brutal efficiency. She wasn't trying to win fights. She was trying to survive them. And there was a difference. A collective soldier cornered her near the stage, weapon raised. Amara threw her pipe at his face, ducked under his return fire, and kicked out his knee. He went down, and she grabbed his weapon, even though she barely knew how to use it. "Amara!" Horan shouted. "Behind you!" She spun, fired without aiming, and somehow hit the soldier who'd been sneaking up on her. Luck or instinct, she didn't know, and didn't care. The battle raged for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then Naxrill arrived with Imperial guards, and suddenly the collective soldiers were the ones being overwhelmed. The fighting ended quickly after that. Amara sat on the edge of the stage, breathing hard, covered in dust and blood. Some hers, most not, and watched as collective soldiers were rounded up and restrained. Naxrill approached, and he looked impressed? It was hard to tell with Haxrai expressions. "You rallied your people," he said. "You fought." "We fought," Amara corrected. "All of us. That's what humans do. We're stubborn like that." "I am beginning to understand," Naxrill said, "why the High Commander chose you as kin chosen." Amara looked up to find Horan standing there, and there was something different in his eyes. Respect, maybe. Or at least the beginning of it. "You were right," Horan said quietly. "I did not understand what it meant to be human. I thought weakness was physical. I did not account for strength of will." "Does this mean you like me now?" Amara asked. "I tolerate you," Horan said. "It is a start." The aftermath took hours to sort through. The collective's leadership was arrested, including Ambassador Lixoth, who'd orchestrated the entire operation. Turned out he was Haxri himself, a high-ranking official who'd believed that associating with humans would weaken his species. He'd arranged the original attack on Rennick, hoping to prevent any human-Haxri alliance from forming. He'd failed spectacularly. The Galactic Council, having watched humans fight back against overwhelming odds, voted to grant humanity elevated status within the coalition. It wasn't unanimous, but it was decisive. Amara declined the medals and ceremonies that followed. She'd had enough of being a symbol. 2 months later, she was back at the docks, not as a supervisor this time, but as a liaison between human workers and alien trade partners. It was still manual labor, still long hours, but it paid better and came with significantly fewer assassination attempts. Rennick visited once a week, usually with Horan in tow. The kid was learning human customs and teaching Amara Haxri ones, and it was weird and awkward and kind of wonderful. Naxrill stopped by occasionally, always formal, always respectful. The kin-chosen bond was real, and Amara was still getting used to having an 8-foot warrior consider her family. "I have a question," Horan said one afternoon, standing guard while Amara processed shipping manifests. "Shoot," Amara said. "Would you do it again?" Horan asked, knowing what would follow. The fame, the attacks, the complications. "Would you still save the child?" Amara thought about it. About the plasma bolts and the pain and the 3 weeks in a coma. About becoming a political symbol and a target. About her apartment burning and her quiet life ending. Then she thought about Rennick's smile and the carved stone she kept in her pocket. "Yeah," she said. "I would." "Why?" Horan asked. "Because he's a kid," Amara said simply. "And kids shouldn't have to be scared. That's reason enough." Horan nodded slowly. "I have been assigned as permanent liaison to human space," he said. "I requested the position." "Oh, great," Amara said. "I'm stuck with you now?" "It is my honor," Horan said. "That's what I was afraid of," Amara replied. But she was smiling when she said it. The galaxy had changed its view of humanity. They were no longer the soft, weak newcomers. They were the species that fought back, that protected their own, that refused to quit even when the odds were impossible. And Amara, who just wanted to finish her shift and go home, had somehow become the symbol of all that. It was ridiculous. But maybe, she thought, ridiculous wasn't so bad after all. Before we get started, make sure to...
Dr. Amanda Mitchell stared at her quantum oscillation readings, her coffee growing cold beside the holographic display. Something wasn't right. The patterns she'd been monitoring from the Lunar Research Station showed distinct irregularities, patterns too precise to be natural background radiation. "Hey Marcus, take a look at this," she called to her research partner, Dr. Marcus Reynolds, who was calibrating the deep space sensors nearby. "These signatures appear artificial." Marcus adjusted his wire-rimmed glasses and leaned over her workstation. "That's impossible. We're monitoring empty space between Mars and Jupiter. There shouldn't be anything out there generating quantum fluctuations." Exactly. Amanda pulled up 3 months of archive data. But look at the regularity. Every 48 hours, like clockwork. Whatever this is, it's been watching us. The realization hit them both simultaneously. They weren't detecting natural phenomena. They were picking up cloaked observation posts. Their new quantum detection array, designed to study dark matter, had accidentally revealed something far more significant. Within hours, Mission Control in Houston was buzzing with activity. Amanda found herself video conferencing with military officials, NASA administrators, and government representatives from every major spacefaring nation. "You're telling me we've had aliens watching us this whole time?" General Richard Hayes leaned forward in his chair, his image slightly distorted by the quantum-encrypted feed. "How many observation posts are we talking about?" "At least 15 that we've confirmed," Amanda replied, bringing up a map of the solar system. Red dots appeared at various strategic points. They're positioned to monitor all our major communications channels: radio, microwave, even our quantum experiments. Dr. James Cooper from the European Space Agency spoke up. "The implications are staggering. They've been intercepting and analyzing everything we broadcast." Amanda nodded, but a slight smile played at the corners of her mouth. "Yes, but they made one crucial mistake. They never considered we'd developed technology that could detect their quantum signatures. They thought they were completely invisible." The room fell silent as the implications sank in. Humanity had accidentally leapfrogged ahead of their watchers in at least one crucial technology. "What are our options?" asked Dr. Sarah Martinez, the head of NASA's Quantum Research Division. Amanda took a deep breath. "I have a proposal. It's radical, but it might be our best chance." She pulled up a new simulation. "We've been developing quantum communication technology that operates on principles completely different from anything we're detecting from their observation posts. If we switch all our communications to this new system, we go dark." Marcus finished her thought. "From their perspective, Earth would simply fall silent." General Hayes frowned. "Wouldn't that just convince them to take a closer look? Maybe even intervene?" "Not necessarily," Amanda countered. "We've been analyzing their observation patterns. They're extremely methodical, almost predictable. Their entire approach suggests a civilization that relies heavily on established protocols. If we do this right, we can use their own methodical nature against them." The next 12 hours were a blur of preparation. Amanda's team worked frantically to distribute quantum communication nodes to key facilities worldwide. They had to coordinate the largest technological shift in human history, and they had to do it without alerting their watchers. At exactly 300 UTC, Amanda stood before her team in the Lunar Research Station's main control room. Screens showed similar scenes playing out in control centers around the world. In 4 minutes, humanity would attempt something unprecedented. "Final checklist complete," Marcus announced. "All facilities report ready for transition." Amanda looked at the countdown timer. "Remember, everyone, the moment we switch to quantum comm, we'll be operating in true silence. No traditional signals of any kind can be allowed to leak. We have to make this look like a complete technological shutdown. The timer reached 0. Amanda took one last look at the conventional communication displays, knowing this would be a moment historians would study for centuries, assuming their plan worked. Execute Operation Darkstar. Across Earth and throughout the solar system, humanity's countless transmissions, from radio and television to satellite signals and space communications, winked out in perfect synchronization. To any watching eyes, it would appear as if human civilization had simply switched off. In the sudden quiet of their new quantum communications network, Amanda watched as the alien observation posts registered the change. Their quantum signatures shifted, suggesting increased activity. First contact was coming, she knew, but now it would happen on humanity's terms. And now, she whispered to herself, we wait to see who blinks first. Colonel James Harrison stood at the viewport of Mars Forward Base, watching the stars with newfound wariness. 3 weeks had passed since Earth initiated the blackout, and the alien observation posts had shifted position 4 times, each movement betraying growing concern. Sir, we've detected new quantum signatures approaching from the Kuiper Belt, Lieutenant Sarah Foster reported from her monitoring station. Configuration matches none of the previous observation posts. Harrison moved to the holographic display, studying the incoming data. How many? 7 vessels, sir, larger than anything we've seen so far. Based on their quantum wake, they're pushing some serious gravitational drives. The colonel allowed himself a grim smile. Earth's silence had finally drawn the attention of someone higher up their watcher's chain of command. Through quantum channels, he contacted Houston Command. General Hayes, this is Harrison. Looks like we got company coming to check on their quiet neighbors. Acknowledged, Colonel. Continue monitoring, but maintain absolute silence on all traditional channels. How's the phase shield testing proceeding? Harrison glanced at the experimental device humming quietly in the corner of the command center. Dr. Reynolds' team says we're ready for field testing. If these new visitors try scanning the base, they're in for a surprise. The alien vessels took up position around Mars, their quantum signatures pulsing with active scanning patterns. Harrison watched as his base, protected by the experimental phase shield, appeared to fade from normal spacetime, just enough to become undetectable. Multiple scanning attempts detected, Foster announced. They're using everything from basic electromagnetic to advanced quantum imaging. She paused, checking her readings twice. Sir, they're getting nothing. The phase shield is working perfectly. Throughout the base, personnel moved with practiced silence, their movements carefully choreographed to maintain the illusion of abandonment. They'd drilled for this, but doing it under actual alien surveillance added an edge no training could replicate. Harrison's quantum communicator chimed softly. Colonel, we're picking up some interesting transmissions between their vessels. Dr. Emily Parker, their xenolinguistics expert, reported. They're using what they think is an unbreakable quantum encryption, but thanks to Dr. Mitchell's breakthrough, we're reading them clear as day. What are they saying? They're concerned, very concerned. Apparently, Earth's sudden silence breaks every pattern they've observed in developing civilizations. Some are arguing for immediate intervention. Others want to maintain their non-interference protocols. A new alert flashed across the command screens. 3 of the alien vessels were breaking formation, heading toward Earth. They're launching what appear to be automated probe platforms, Foster reported. Extremely sophisticated stealth technology, but we can track their quantum signatures easily. Harrison opened a channel to all Earth bases. All stations, implement Protocol Silent Thunder. I repeat, Protocol Silent Thunder is now active. Across the solar system, hidden human facilities activated their phase shields. One by one, humanity's outposts disappeared from normal spacetime, leaving their watchers to find nothing but empty buildings and powered-down equipment. Sir, Foster called out, excitement creeping into her professional tone. You need to see this. The alien vessels, they're arguing with each other. Their quantum signatures are showing signs of agitation. Harrison watched as the alien fleet's formation became erratic. Their scanning patterns grew increasingly desperate, searching for any sign of human activity. But Earth and its colonies remained silent, hidden behind technology their watchers hadn't even theorized possible. General Hayes, Harrison reported through quantum channels. Phase 1 is complete. The visitors are officially spooked. Excellent work, Colonel. Maintain current protocols. Let them stew in their uncertainty for a while longer. As the alien vessels continued their fruitless search, Harrison reflected on humanity's unusual position. For the first time in recorded history, an emerging civilization had managed to slip through their watchers' fingers not through defeat or destruction, but through technological transcendence. "Sir," Foster interrupted his thoughts, "we're detecting more quantum signatures entering the system. Much larger fleet this time." Harrison nodded, unsurprised. "Looks like we've got the Galactic Council's attention. Good. Time to show them that humanity's silence isn't a sign of weakness. It's a declaration of strength." He watched as more alien ships appeared around Mars, their quantum signatures betraying their confusion and concern. Earth's silence had turned into humanity's greatest weapon, and they hadn't fired a single shot. Lieutenant Kate Reynolds checked her phase shift suit's quantum indicators one final time as the ghost ship Shadowdancer slid through space undetected. Her 6-person infiltration team sat ready in the deployment bay, each member handpicked for humanity's first covert operation beyond the solar system. Phase integrity at 100%. Commander Mark Stevens reported from his pilot station. "We're approaching the alien research station. Their quantum signatures suggest minimal activity." Kate nodded, her helmet displaying a real-time feed of the massive structure floating before them. The station's elegant crystalline architecture highlighted just how advanced their watchers were, or thought they were. "Remember, team," Kate addressed her squad through quantum comms, "we're here to gather intelligence only. No engagement unless absolutely necessary. These phase shift suits make us completely invisible to their sensors, but we still don't know all their detection capabilities." The Shadowdancer eased alongside the station, its advanced phase shift technology rendering it as invisible as its crew. Through their quantum sensors, they watched alien crew members going about their duties, completely unaware of humanity's presence. "Docking interface engaged," Stevens announced. "Ready for phase shift insertion in 3, 2, 1. Kate felt the familiar tingle as her suit synchronized with the ship's phase field. She led her team through the station's hull, their partially shifted state allowing them to pass through solid matter, as if it were mist. "Quantum signatures are holding steady," reported Lieutenant James Chen, their technical specialist. "Station security systems show no sign of detecting our presence." The team moved through the station's corridors like ghosts, passing alien crew members close enough to touch. Kate's suit translated and displayed their conversations in real time, building a comprehensive picture of the station's purpose. "Captain," Chen called out softly, "you need to see this. I've found their primary data core." Kate followed him into a vast chamber filled with crystalline data storage structures. Chen interfaced his suit's quantum systems with the alien technology, careful to maintain their invisibility. "This isn't just a research station," he reported, his voice tense with discovery. "It's a monitoring hub for multiple species. They'd been doing this for thousands of years, identifying promising civilizations, and," he paused, "guiding their development." "Guiding how?" Kate asked, though she suspected the answer. "Through orchestrated interventions, wars, technological discoveries, cultural shifts, all carefully managed to produce specific outcomes." Chen pulled up more data. Earth was next on their list. They had plans to orchestrate a global crisis that would unite humanity under their influence. Kate felt her jaw clench. Download everything. Every file, every plan, every species they've manipulated. How long do you need? With our quantum storage systems, 5 minutes. As Chen worked, Kate's team continued securing their exit route. Everything was going smoothly, too smoothly. "Captain," Sergeant Sarah Wilson's voice crackled through the quantum comm. "We've got movement. Large group of security personnel heading toward the data core. They're armed." Kate checked her tactical display. "Did they detect us?" "Negative. Looks like a scheduled security patrol, but they'll be here in 2 minutes." "Chen, 3 minutes minimum for the download." Kate made her decision. "Hold positions. Remember, we're operating in a shifted phase state. They literally cannot see or touch us unless we allow it." The security team entered the data core, their weapons ready but pointed at nothing. Kate and her team stood absolutely still as the aliens moved through them, an experience that tested every nerve they had. "Download complete," Chen whispered after what felt like hours. "Excellent. Team, fall back to extraction point." Silent protocol all the way out. They retraced their steps through the station, carrying with them the evidence of thousands of years of manipulation. Earth's silence had given them the perfect cover to learn the truth about their would-be overlords. Back aboard the Shadow Dancer, Kate transmitted their findings through secure quantum channels to Earth Command. "Mission accomplished, Command. You're not going to believe what we found." "Good work, Lieutenant," General Hayes responded. "Return to base immediately. It's time to move to the next phase of operations." As the Shadow Dancer disappeared into the darkness of space, Kate looked back at the alien station. Its inhabitants had no idea that their carefully managed galaxy was about to change forever, all because humanity had learned to embrace the silence. Professor David Walker paced in his underground laboratory beneath the Rocky Mountains, watching as his latest quantum-entangled matter transmission test powered up. After 3 months of Earth's self-imposed silence, his team had achieved something revolutionary. "Primary quantum matrix stable," Dr. Rebecca Morgan announced from her control station. "Matter stream coherence at 98%. That's 12 points higher than our last attempt." David nodded, his eyes fixed on the test chamber where a small potted plant sat waiting. "Begin transmission sequence. Let's see if we can move something living this time." The air around the plant shimmered as quantum fields enveloped it. On the other side of the lab, an identical field formed in the receiving chamber. The plant disappeared from one spot and materialized in the other, its leaves still swaying from the transfer. "Bio readings are perfect," Rebecca reported, excitement breaking through her professional demeanor. "Complete molecular reconstruction with 0 degradation." "David, we did it." Before they could celebrate, alarms blared through the facility. Unknown vessels detected entering Earth space, the quantum AI announced. Multiple signatures match mining fleet configurations. David rushed to the quantum monitoring station. A fleet of massive alien ships had appeared near Saturn's rings, their industrial quantum signatures suggesting resource-gathering equipment. "They're not supposed to be here," Rebecca said, pulling up the sensor data. This sector was marked as restricted in the files Lieutenant Reynolds' team recovered. David opened a quantum channel to Space Command. "General Hayes, are you seeing this?" "We are, Professor. Looks like some independent operators decided to take advantage of Earth's silence. They probably think we've wiped ourselves out or abandoned the system." "Sir, request permission to field test the quantum matter transmission system. We've just achieved stable transport of biological matter." A pause. "Approved, Professor. Show them why it's unwise to trespass in human space." David turned to his team. "Prep the main quantum transmitter. Time to test this on a larger scale." Within minutes, the alien fleet began its approach towards Saturn's rings, their mining equipment powering up. They never noticed the quantum fields forming around their ships. "Quantum lock established," Rebecca reported. "Matter stream coherence holding at 97%. Ready for transmission." David took a deep breath. "Execute." In an instant, the entire alien fleet vanished from Saturn's orbit. They reappeared seconds later near Pluto, their ships perfectly intact but now facing the wrong direction. "Transmission successful," Rebecca confirmed. Biosigns from all vessels show no adverse effects. They're completely fine, just very confused. Through their quantum sensors, they watched as the alien fleet scrambled to understand what had happened. Their confusion turned to panic as they realized they'd been moved billions of kilometers instantly, without any explanation. "Should we send them back?" Rebecca asked, trying to hide her grin. "No need," David replied. "They're already leaving at maximum speed. I don't think they'll be back." General Hayes' voice came through the quantum comm. "Outstanding work, Professor. The Council's observation posts just went crazy trying to figure out what happened. As far as they can tell, those ships just teleported." David studied the quantum readings from the test. "Sir, with some scaling up, we could transport entire space stations, maybe even small moons." "That's exactly what I wanted to hear. How soon can you start installing these systems on our defense platforms?" "Give me 2 weeks. We'll have complete coverage of the solar system." As his team began preparations for the defense grid upgrade, David watched the alien fleet's retreat on the quantum monitors. Earth's silence had given them the time they needed to perfect this technology, and now they had something no other species possessed: true matter transmission. "Professor," Rebecca called out, "we're getting interesting readings from the Council observation posts. They're pulling back to the outer system. I think we scared them." David smiled. "Good. Let them wonder what else we've developed during our silence. The galaxy's about to learn that humanity isn't just another species to be guided or controlled." Through the quantum channels, reports began coming in from other research stations. New breakthroughs, new technologies, all developed under the cover of Earth's silence. The galaxy had no idea what was coming, and that was exactly how humanity wanted it. Admiral Jessica Thompson stood on the bridge of the Nightshade, humanity's first quantum-powered carrier, watching as her fleet of 30 ships materialized in the Proxima Centauri system. The quantum matter transmission had worked flawlessly, placing each vessel in perfect formation. "All ships report successful transit," Commander Robert Chen announced. "Phase shields operating at full capacity. We remain undetected." Jessica nodded, studying the holographic display showing their first extrasolar colony site. "Status of the construction platforms. Ready for deployment, Admiral. Settlement pods are prepped and loaded with the first wave of colonists." Through quantum communications, similar reports flowed in from other fleet groups. Operation Silent Spring was proceeding exactly as planned. Humanity's first major expansion beyond Sol, completely hidden from galactic observation. "Admiral," Lieutenant Mark Stevens called out urgently, "we're detecting quantum signatures approaching the system. Multiple vessels, not Council-affiliated." The tactical display lit up with new contacts. 2 alien fleets emerged from hyperspace, weapons already firing at each other. Their quantum signatures identified them as the Solaran and Nexus factions, their civil war now threatening to engulf Proxima Centauri. "Status of our colonists," Jessica demanded. "Still in quantum stasis, Admiral. Settlement pods haven't been deployed yet." Jessica opened a fleet-wide quantum channel. "All ships, implement Protocol Ghostwalker. Prepare for emergency evacuation operations." The human fleet, still cloaked by their phase shields, moved into position around the battling alien armadas. Neither side had any idea they were about to witness something unprecedented. "Quantum fields established," Commander Chen reported. "Ready for mass transmission." Jessica watched as the alien vessels continued their battle, their weapons fire illuminating the space around them. "Begin evacuation sequence. Priority on civilian ships." Through their quantum sensors, they identified multiple civilian vessels caught in the crossfire. One by one, these ships vanished, transported safely to the edge of the system through quantum matter transmission. "Civilian evacuation complete," Chen announced. "Both sides are scanning for the missing ships. They're showing signs of confusion and concern." "Good. Now for Phase 2. Target the weapon platforms on both sides." The Nightshade's quantum systems locked onto the primary weapon systems of both fleets. In a cascade of quantum transfers, the weapons simply disappeared, reappearing as inert masses of metal floating near the system's outer boundary. All major weapons successfully removed. Stevens reported. Both fleets are standing down, their quantum signatures showing rapid power fluctuations. They're panicking, Admiral. Jessica allowed herself a small smile. Open a quantum channel to both fleet commanders. Audio only. Channel open. This is a message to both Solaran and Nexus forces, Jessica announced. Her voice carried through quantum channels that neither side could trace or block. Your civilian ships have been moved to safety. Your weapons have been neutralized. This system is now under protection. You have 30 minutes to retreat before we demonstrate our capabilities further. The alien fleets hung in space, their quantum signatures betraying their confusion and fear. Then, one by one, they began to withdraw, their mighty warships reduced to powerless transports by an unseen force. All hostile forces retreating, Chen confirmed. The system is clear. Jessica nodded. Resume colony deployment, and send word to Earth Command. Tell them Operation Silent Spring is proceeding as planned, with an unexpected bonus. We've just established our first protectorate. As the settlement pods began their descent to the chosen colony site, Jessica reflected on how far humanity had come. In less than 6 months, they had gone from a species under observation to one capable of stopping an alien civil war without firing a shot. Admiral, Stevens called out, we're detecting quantum transmissions between the retreating fleets. They're spreading the word about what happened here. Perfect, Jessica replied. Let them talk. Let them wonder. The galaxy needs to understand that humanity's silence wasn't the end of our story. It was just the beginning. The Nightshade's quantum sensors detected more Council observation posts appearing at the system's edge, drawn by reports of the incident. They would find no trace of human activity, no sign of the force that had so easily ended a battle between two advanced civilizations. Earth's silent fleet had made its first move, and the galaxy would never be the same. Special Agent Michael Cooper materialized inside the Grand Commerce Station of the Galactic Council, his phase shift suit making him as invisible as a ghost. After 6 months of Earth's silence, humanity's deep reconnaissance program had infiltrated every major alien facility in the local sector. Central control rooms secured. Agent Lisa Parker reported through quantum comms. Security systems remain unaware of our presence. You're clear to begin data extraction. Michael moved through the crowded station, passing mere inches from alien beings of countless species. Their conversations, translated in real time by his suit's quantum AI, painted a picture of growing unease throughout the galaxy. Did you hear about the Proxima incident? A tall crystalline being asked its companion. An entire battle fleet's weapons simply vanished. The Council is in chaos trying to explain it. Michael smiled beneath his helmet. Admiral Thompson's intervention had caused exactly the kind of confusion Earth Command had hoped for. He approached the station's primary data core, his quantum interface ready to begin the hack. Hold position. Lisa's voice crackled. We've got a council meeting starting in the main chamber. High-level officials present. Hatch me into the feed, Michael ordered, changing course toward the meeting room. The council chamber was packed with representatives from dozens of species. Michael found a position near the speaker's platform, his suit recording everything. The situation has become untenable, the Grand Speaker announced, their bioluminescent form pulsing with concern. First, the humans go silent. Then their colonies vanish. Now we have reports of impossible technologies being used throughout the sector. Perhaps it's time we admitted our mistake, another council member suggested. Our observation protocols failed. While we watched them through primitive electromagnetic scanning, they developed quantum technology that surpassed our own. Michael's quantum scanner picked up a surge of data flowing through the station's networks. Lisa, are you seeing this? Affirmative. They're accessing the Uplift archives, getting classified files on Earth. The council chamber's holographic display lit up with images of Earth, recorded over decades of secret observation. Michael felt his blood run cold as he watched their plans unfold, the carefully orchestrated crisis they had planned, the manipulations they would have used to guide humanity's development. "Sir," Lisa's voice carried a note of urgency. "New files being accessed. They're pulling up the failed uplift records." Michael watched as new images appeared. Worlds burned, civilizations collapsed, species extinct, all victims of failed guidance attempts by the Council. "Emergency abort," Michael transmitted to his team. "Download everything from the archives and prepare for immediate extraction. Earth Command needs to see this now." As his team worked, the Council continued their debate, unaware that representatives of their latest project stood among them, witnessing their true nature. "The humans have achieved what no other species has managed," the Grand Speaker concluded. "They'd broken free of our observation without destroying themselves. The question now is, what are they planning?" Michael's quantum communicator pulsed. "Data extraction complete," Lisa reported. "All teams ready for quantum transmission." "Execute transmission," Michael ordered. In an instant, his team vanished from the station, the stolen data secure in their quantum storage systems. Back at Earth Command, Michael delivered his report to General Hayes and the Joint Chiefs. The quantum recordings played out before them, showing the Council's true face. "They'd done this dozens of times," Michael explained. "Find a promising species, engineer a crisis, then sweep in as saviors bearing advanced technology. Those who accept their guidance become client states. Those who resist." He gestured to the images of dead worlds. General Hayes studied the data with a grim expression. "And now they're afraid because their plans for Earth were disrupted by our silence." "Yes, sir. But more than that, they're afraid because we've demonstrated capabilities they can't understand or counter. Every failed uplift in their records involved species that fought back. We're the first to simply vanish." "Good," Hayes nodded. "Let them worry. Let them wonder. Phase 7 begins tomorrow, and then they'll learn why humanity's silence was just the calm before the storm." Michael looked at the stolen Council data, evidence of countless civilizations manipulated or destroyed by their would-be benefactors. Soon, the galaxy would learn that humanity had no intention of becoming another failed uplift statistic. General Thomas Wright stood in Earth Command's Quantum Operations Center, watching as the Arcturian battle fleet emerged from hyperspace at the edge of the solar system. After 8 months of human silence, the most aggressive species in the Council had finally lost patience. 117 vessels detected, Colonel Sarah Martinez reported. "Energy signatures suggest planet-killer-class weapons. They're not here for diplomacy." "Sir." Thomas nodded, his expression calm despite the threat. "Status of our defense grid. Quantum matter transmitters at full power. Phase shields operating at maximum efficiency. The Arcturians can't detect any of our preparations." The massive alien fleet moved forward, their formation spreading out to surround Earth. Their quantum signatures pulsed with weapon energy, preparing for what they assumed would be a swift conquest of a primitive world. "Message incoming," Lieutenant John Parker announced. "They're broadcasting on all frequencies." The Arcturian commander appeared on the main screen, their crystalline exoskeleton gleaming with bioluminescent patterns. "People of Earth, your silence ends today. Submit to Arcturian guidance or face extinction. You have one planetary rotation to respond." Thomas opened a quantum channel to all Earth forces. "All units, prepare to execute Operation Checkmate. Remember, we're not here to start a war. We're here to prevent one." The Arcturian fleet launched their first wave of automated probes toward Earth. Each probe carried enough firepower to level a city, but they never reached their targets. As they crossed the quantum defense perimeter, they simply vanished. "Probes successfully transmitted to holding facility on Mars," Martins reported. "Arcturian fleet showing signs of confusion. They're launching a second wave." Wave after wave of probes disappeared, transported safely away by Earth's quantum technology. The Arcturian fleet's formation began to show signs of disorder as their weapons proved useless. "Sir," Parker called out, "they're charging their primary planet killer weapons. Energy readings are off the scale." Thomas allowed himself a small smile. Time to show them why silence is golden. Execute Phase 2. Across the solar system, hidden quantum transmitters activated. The Arcturian fleet's weapon systems began to vanish, piece by piece, transmitted to secure facilities throughout human space. The alien vessels hung powerless, their quantum signatures fluctuating with panic. All major weapons successfully removed. Martinez confirmed. The fleet is effectively neutralized. "Open a channel to their flagship," Thomas ordered. "Let's explain their situation." The Arcturian commander appeared again, their bioluminescence patterns showing clear signs of distress. Before they could speak, Thomas held up his hand. "Your weapons have been safely relocated," he stated calmly. "Your probes are secured. Your fleet is defenseless, but your crews are unharmed. This is not an act of war, it's a demonstration." "Impossible," the Arcturian hissed. "No species at your development level could achieve this." "That's where you're wrong. Earth's silence wasn't a sign of weakness or submission. It was preparation. While you watched our old transmissions, we transcended every limitation you thought we had." Warning signals blared as the Arcturian fleet attempted to retreat. Their engines flared, but their ships remained stationary, held in place by quantum fields they couldn't detect or understand. "We're releasing your fleet now," Thomas continued. "Return to your space and deliver this message to the Council. Earth does not require guidance. We have chosen our own path." The quantum fields released their hold. The Arcturian fleet fled in disarray, their mighty armada humbled without a single shot fired. As they disappeared into hyperspace, Thomas opened a channel to Earth Command. "Operation Checkmate complete," he reported. "The Arcturians have been successfully deterred." "Excellent work, General," President Chen responded. "How long until they return with reinforcements?" "They won't, sir. We didn't just defeat their fleet. We shattered their understanding of what's possible. The galaxy is about to learn that humanity's silence wasn't submission to their rules. It was us writing our own." Above Earth, the quantum defense grid hummed quietly, invisible to traditional sensors, but more powerful than any weapon. Humanity had transformed silence into strength, and the galaxy would never be the same. Dr. Rachel Anderson stepped onto the Grand Council chamber's speaking platform, her quantum-enhanced diplomatic suit allowing her to appear simultaneously before representatives of over 300 species. After 9 months of silence, humanity was finally ready to speak. "Distinguished members of the Galactic Council," she began, her words translated perfectly into every language present. "Earth thanks you for this audience. We understand our silence has caused concern." The chamber buzzed with murmurs. The Grand Speaker's crystalline form shifted colors rapidly. "Concern. You've disrupted the natural order. Ships vanish. Weapons disappear. Battles end without explanation. And now you simply request an audience as if we were equals," Rachel interrupted smoothly. "That's precisely why we're here." She gestured, and quantum projectors activated throughout the chamber, displaying scenes from the past 9 months. "We discovered your observation posts by accident," she continued. "But what we found in your archives was no accident. We saw your plans for Earth, for humanity, the carefully orchestrated crisis you would have engineered, the guidance you would have offered." The chamber erupted in protest, but Rachel's quantum-enhanced voice cut through the chaos. "We also saw the failed uplift records, the civilizations destroyed by your interference, the species that chose extinction over submission. Our methods preserve galactic stability," another council member argued. "Without proper guidance, emerging civilizations often destroy themselves." Rachel smiled. "And that's why we chose silence. not out of fear or weakness, but because we saw a better way. She activated another display, showing the peaceful resolution at Proxima Centauri. While you watched for radio signals, we mastered quantum communications. While you planned our crisis, we developed technology that made your most advanced weapons obsolete. And while you debated intervention, we proved that true guidance doesn't require force or manipulation. The Grand Speaker's colors darkened. You propose an alternative. We propose freedom, Rachel replied. The freedom for each species to develop at their own pace without interference. Earth will serve as guardian of that right. Holographic displays showed human quantum ships appearing near developing worlds, their phase shields protecting young civilizations from unwanted interference. Already, 30 species have accepted our offer of protection. Rachel continued. Not control, not guidance, but simply the freedom to choose their own path. We call it the Silent Protocol. The chamber fell quiet as the implications sank in. Humanity hadn't just escaped the Council's influence. They had created an entirely new paradigm. And if we refuse? The Grand Speaker asked. If we choose to maintain our traditional methods? Rachel's expression remained diplomatic, but her voice carried steel. We've already demonstrated our capabilities. The Arcturian fleet learned that lesson well. We don't seek conflict, but we will protect the right of every species to develop without manipulation. She gestured once more, and the quantum projectors showed a final image. Earth, surrounded by its invisible defense grid, a silent guardian in the darkness of space. The age of forced guidance is over, Rachel declared. Earth's silence has shown us a better way. We invite you to join us in this new era, not as controllers or guides, but as equals, partners in ensuring that every new civilization has the same chance we took. The chance to choose their own destiny. The council chamber erupted in discussion, quantum translators working overtime as hundreds of species debated this unprecedented proposal. Rachel stood calmly, knowing that humanity's position was unassailable. Through her quantum comm, she contacted Earth Command. Message delivered, Mr. President. The Silent Protocol is now officially proposed. Well done, Doctor, President Chen replied. And the Council's response. Rachel watched as species after species indicated their support, some eager to escape the Council's manipulation themselves, others impressed by humanity's peaceful demonstration of power. They're accepting it, she reported. Not all of them, not yet, but enough. The galaxy is changing, sir, and humanity's silence helped make it possible. Above the Council chamber, Earth's quantum ships stood guard, invisible but ever-present. They were no longer the primitives being watched from afar. They had become the watchers, the protectors, the champions of freedom in a galaxy that had forgotten its value. And it all began with silence. The end. Would you like me to help you compile or format the complete story in any particular way? Dr. Amanda Mitchell stared at her.
No species will ever forget the moment humanity's patience finally snapped. This recorded start, galactic date 47,293.6. I speak into my personal log, adjusting the quantum recorder as I gaze through the observation dome at the blue-green planet below. Professor Ralilak continuing documentation of species 7249 designational. Humans. A bitter laugh escapes my throat. How wrong we were. How catastrophically, monumentally wrong. The Council should have listened to my warnings about classifying them as a Level 2 civilization, but no one ever listens to the ethnoanthropologist, do? The ship's systems hum softly around me as I continue my observation. Earth hangs suspended in the void like a precious gem, deceptively peaceful from this distance. 10 years ago, I stood in this same spot, filled with excitement about first. Now I understand why the ancient texts speak of things better left undisturbed. Preliminary observation period lasted standard 50 cycles. I continue, my four hands moving swiftly across the control panel. The Council of Seven Galaxies believed they had identified all crucial aspects of human civilization. There is another harsh laugh, primitive, limited, harmless. The memory surfaces unbidden. Ambassador Talara striding into the council chamber, her bioluminescent markings pulsing with confidence. "The humans will make excellent clients," she declared. "Their planet's resources will serve the council well, and they'll be grateful for our guidance." I remember shifting uncomfortably in my seat, trying to voice my concerns. "But Ambassador, my research indicates—" "Thank you, Professor Rolidak." She cut me off with a dismissive wave. "We value your academic insights, but this is a matter for practical governance." The warning signs were there from the start. We should have noticed when our most sophisticated encryption was broken in mere days. Should have paid attention when our superior technology started being replicated and improved upon within weeks of diplomatic exchanges. But the Council was too busy congratulating themselves on finding another species to add to their collection, too preoccupied with calculating Earth's resource value to notice the steel beneath the human smiles. First contact day. That's when it all began to unravel. The Council decided to demonstrate their power, standard procedure for welcoming new client species. The gathering fleet appeared over every major human city simultaneously, 50,000 ships, a display of overwhelming force meant to ensure peaceful cooperation. I still remember the human response. No panic, no chaos. Just calm voices requesting the fleet's immediate withdrawal, as if they were asking party guests to leave at the end of the night. Ambassador Talara was positively gleeful at their naivety. She delivered the Council's terms with her usual flourish. Earth would be granted protection in exchange for resource rights and technological supervision. The humans would be guided to a proper place in galactic society. Their chief negotiator, a woman named Amanda Blackwood, listened politely to the entire presentation. Then she smiled, not the warm expression we documented in our cultural studies, but something else entirely, something that made my scales ripple with unease. "That's a very generous offer," she said, voice dripping with something our translators identified as sarcasm. "But we're going to decline. You have 1 hour to remove your ships from Earth's space." The Council representatives actually laughed. My dear Talara practically purred, "I don't think you understand. This isn't a request. The might of 50,000 ships will be reduced to 0 in 61 minutes. If they remain in their current positions," Blackwood interrupted. "We've been peaceful because we choose to be. Don't make us choose differently." Looking back now, that was the moment, the precise instant when the Council should have recognized their catastrophic miscalculation. But centuries of easy victories had made them arrogant. They thought they were dealing with primitives who needed to be taught their place. They didn't understand that humanity's patience was not infinite, that their politeness was not weakness, that their warmth could turn to fire. "End record," I whisper, my voice heavy with the weight of history. The quantum recorder clicks off, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the view of Earth below. Tomorrow, I'll continue documenting how it all fell apart, how the Council's arrogance led to the greatest military and diplomatic catastrophe in galactic. But for now, I simply watch and remember. Remember the day we learned that some species are not meant to be conquered. Some peoples are not meant to be ruled. And humanity was never meant to kneel. The observation room feels colder today as I resume my recording. Record start galactic date 47-93.7. The Council's failure with first contact should have been the end. Instead, it was merely the beginning. I pull up the archived footage, watching as various species began their own attempts to gain Earth's favor. The Mercathi offered advanced propulsion technology. The Zentari promised biological immortality. The Drachnid Imperium suggested a military alliance. Each one came with hidden strings, with secret plans to manipulate and control. Each one left with what humans called a bloody nose. Admiral Jessica Porter. The name slips from my mouth with a mixture of respect and fear. She was the first to understand what we were really doing, the first to see through our supposedly benevolent offers. The holographic display shows her first appearance at the Galactic Assembly, tall for a human with silver-streaked black hair and eyes that seemed to pierce through diplomatic facades. She stood before the gathered representatives of 1,000 worlds, her white uniform pristine, her posture radiating quiet strength. "Let me be perfectly clear," she said, her voice carrying to every corner of the vast chamber. "Earth is not a prize to be won. We are not children to be guided. And we are rapidly losing patience with these transparent attempts to gain control of our world. The Mercathy representative, Lord Blackscale, rose to protest. "Admiral Porter, you misunderstand. We only wish to share the benefits of our advanced your propulsion technology." Porter interrupted with a sharp smile. "The one with the hidden backdoor that would allow you to disable our ships at will. We found that within hours of examining the prototype. Just like we found the genetic kill switch in the Zentari's immortality treatment, and the loyalty programming buried in the Drachnid military protocols." I remember the shocked silence that filled the chamber. No one was supposed to be able to detect those safeguards. The most advanced species in the galaxy had spent centuries perfecting them. The human ability to innovate, to reverse engineer, to improve upon existing technology. We gravely underestimated it. I speak into my recorder. While we saw them as primitives to be guided, they were studying us, learning. The archived footage continues, showing the growing tension. Trade delegations arriving with manipulated contracts. Spy ships poorly disguised as merchant vessels. Corporate interests attempting to exploit loopholes in galactic law. Through it all, humanity's responses grew progressively less diplomatic. Admiral Porter's warnings became more direct. The human representative, Marcus Taylor, stopped attending council sessions entirely. "We thought they were being stubborn," I mutter, shaking my head at our blindness. "We never realized they were giving us every chance to back away." The quantum recorder captures my bitter laugh as I pull up footage from the Centauri incident. The Drachnid Imperium, frustrated by their failed manipulation attempts, decided to demonstrate their power by establishing an observation post in Earth's. Within minutes of crossing the boundary line humanity had established, the Drachnid fleet encountered something new, something that shouldn't have been possible. The human defense platforms, I narrate, watching the familiar scene unfold. Quantum-linked satellites that could fire through subspace, ignoring traditional shields. Technology that no Level 2 civilization should have been able to conceive, let alone construct. The Drachnid ships never even had time to raise their shields. 3 capital ships, pride of their fleet, reduced to drifting hulks by precision strikes from weapons they couldn't detect or counter. Admiral Porter's message to the Imperium was broadcast across all galactic frequencies. This was a warning shot. The next violation of our space will be considered an act of war. Earth's patience is not infinite. But the Council, in their infinite wisdom, saw the incident differently. They saw not the warning it represented, but proof that humanity was too dangerous to be left uncontrolled. We scheduled emergency sessions. I continue my record, drafted plans for containment, created task forces to study human weaknesses, and all the while humanity watched, waited, gave us chance after chance to change course. The final diplomatic meeting stands out in my memory with painful clarity. The council chamber packed with representatives from every major species. Ambassador Telara, now Supreme Counselor, delivering what she thought was an ultimatum. Earth will accept guidance from the galactic community, she declared, or Earth will be isolated from all galactic travel and trade. This is not a negotiation. Admiral Porter and Marcus Taylor exchanged a glance that made my scales prickle with warning. Then Taylor stepped forward, his expression almost pitying. "You still don't understand what you're dealing with, do you?" he asked quietly. "Even now, you think you have the upper hand. Think you're in control?" He shook his head. "We've tried diplomacy, tried patience, tried to show you that we can be valuable allies if you just treat us as equals." He turned to leave, then paused at the chamber doors. "You should know we've already developed our own FTL drives, better ones. We don't need your trade routes, we don't need your technology, and if you try to isolate us, you'll quickly learn that we don't need your permission to travel the stars." The council erupted in outrage, but I barely heard them. I was watching Admiral Porter, who hadn't moved or spoken. She stood perfectly still, watching the chaos with eyes that had seen enough. As I end today's recording, I can't help but wish we had understood then what those eyes were telling us. That human patience was reaching its end, that their willingness to endure our manipulations was running out. But we didn't understand, and what came next would reshape the galaxy forever. The quantum recorder hums to life again. Record start, galactic date 47,293.8. The Council's response to human defiance was predictably short-sighted. They assumed that without access to galactic trade networks, Earth would quickly collapse into isolation and eventually beg for readmission on the Council's terms. My hands tremble slightly as I access the restricted archives. They were wrong, so catastrophically wrong. The first sign came when the Mercathi trade cartels reported unusual activity along their supposedly secret routes. Ships were disappearing, not destroyed, simply vanishing without trace. The Drachnid border patrols encountered phantom energy signatures that their sensors couldn't properly track. The Zentari research outposts began detecting unauthorized quantum scans of their facilities. The humans were already out there, I narrate, my voice tight with remembered tension. Not just surviving isolation, but thriving, learning, spreading, and we never saw them coming. Supreme Counselor Talara refused to acknowledge the mounting evidence. Primitive species cannot master quantum cloaking, she declared during an emergency session. Their ships cannot possibly breach our detection grids. These reports are clearly exaggerations. Then came the Perseus incident. The holographic display shows the Mercathi's most secure research facility, built into an asteroid at the edge of their territory, home to their most advanced weapons development programs, protected by defenses that had repelled the Drachnid Imperium's best efforts at infiltration. The facility's quantum signature simply disappeared. I recall watching the archived footage. No explosion, no debris. The entire asteroid vanished, along with 3 decades of weapons research. The Mercathi's furious accusations flew across the council chamber. The Drachnid Imperium must have finally succeeded in penetrating their defenses. The Zentari must have developed new technology. Everyone blamed everyone else. Until the message arrived. To the Galactic Council, Admiral Porter's voice fills my observation room, just as it filled the council chamber that day. We have confirmed that the Mercathi Perseus facility was being used to develop bioweapons intended for deployment against Earth. The facility has been relocated to a secure location. Its research data has been analyzed and archived. Its weapons have been neutralized. The stunned silence that followed still echoes in my memory. This serves as a demonstration, she continued, her tone deadly calm. We can reach any target anywhere in council space. We can bypass any defense. We can neutralize any threat. This is not a boast, it is simply fact. I remember Supreme Counselor Talara's scales turning pale, her bioluminescence flickering with shock. Impossible, she whispered. They cannot have this level of technology. They cannot. But they did. And they were just getting started. The next 3 months shattered every assumption the Council had about human capabilities. Their ships appeared and disappeared at will throughout Council space. They intercepted coded transmissions we had thought unbreakable. They accessed restricted databases with embarrassing ease. Looking back, I speak to my recorder, we should have recognized the pattern. They weren't attacking, weren't destroying, they were systematically exposing every plot, every scheme, every secret plan the Council species had been developing against Earth. The Drachnid's hidden fleet assembly yards, the Zentari's prohibited genetic warfare labs, the Mercathi's network of slave worlds, one by one, humanity revealed them all. But the Council, in their infinite wisdom, still couldn't accept the truth. Couldn't accept that a primitive species had not only caught up to them but had surpassed them in many ways. If they can reach these facilities, Lord Blackscale argued in a closed council session, they can destroy them. The fact that they haven't proves they're still weak, still unwilling to take necessary action. The recording shows Supreme Counselor Talara nodding in agreement. Precisely, they play these games of espionage because they lack the strength for real confrontation. The time has come to show them the consequences of defying the Council. I paused the playback, my 4 hands clenching in remembered frustration. I tried one last time to warn them, to make them understand what they were dealing with. The archived footage shows me standing before the Council, my academic credentials displayed behind me. The humans are not showing weakness, I argued. They're showing restraint. Every incursion into our space, every infiltration of our facilities, they're warnings. They're giving us the chance to back down. They're primitive apes playing with stolen technology. Supreme Counselor Talara dismissed me again, and they will learn their place. The Council voted overwhelmingly to authorize military action. A combined fleet drawing ships from all major Council species would pacify the Sol system and establish direct control over Earth. I remember watching the fleet assemble. 500,000 ships. the largest military force ever gathered in Council history. Supreme Counselor Talara personally broadcast their departure, her voice filled with smug satisfaction. "Let humanity witness true power," she declared. "Let them learn the price of defiance." The fleet never reached Earth. Halfway to the Sol system, every ship simultaneously lost power. Engines, weapons, life support, everything just stopped. In the darkness of dead ships, millions of crew members watched their view screens come to life with a single message. Admiral Porter's face appeared on every screen. She wasn't wearing her uniform anymore. Instead, she wore simple civilian clothes, her expression more disappointed than angry. "We gave you every chance," she said quietly. "Every opportunity to choose cooperation over domination, peace over conflict. But you couldn't let go of your preconceptions, couldn't accept that humans might be your equals or even your superiors in some ways." She paused, looking directly into the camera. "Your ships will regain power in 1 hour. That's enough time for life support to hold, but not enough time to prevent your trajectory from carrying you back into Council space. Consider this your final warning." Before the transmission ended, she added one last thing. "Your weapons technology is now centuries behind ours. Your defenses are meaningless against our capabilities, and our patience is officially exhausted." End record, I whispered to my quantum recorder. The images fade, leaving me alone with the weight of history. Tomorrow, I'll document how the Council finally, tragically, pushed humanity past their breaking point. But tonight I remember Porter's words. Remember the moment when the galaxy's most powerful civilization discovered that power is relative. That patience should never be mistaken for weakness. And that some warnings should be heeded before it's too late. Record start, galactic date 47,293.9. My voice sounds hollow, even to my own ears. Today I document the moment everything changed, the day humanity's patience finally, irrevocably snapped. The Council, embarrassed by the fleet's humiliation, sought to save face. But rather than accept humanity's superiority in direct confrontation, they chose a different path, a coward's path. Supreme Counselor Talara authorized what she called a precision intervention. I narrate, pulling up the classified footage. The target was New Haven, humanity's first extrasolar colony. Population 50,000 civilians, researchers' families, children. The Drachnid Imperium provided the strike force. The Mercathi supplied the weapons. The Zentari contributed their stealth technology. They believed that by combining their most advanced systems, they could bypass human defenses. They succeeded. Partly. The recording shows the strike force emerging from stealth near New Haven. 30 ships, small enough to slip through standard patrol patterns. Their weapons were already charged, targeting the colony's environmental domes. The attack lasted exactly 27 seconds. I continue, my scales rippling with remembered horror. 27 seconds that sealed the fate of the Council, though we didn't know it then. The colony's shields held against the first barrage, but the concentrated fire eventually broke through. 3 environmental domes cracked. Emergency force fields snapped into place, but not quickly enough. 843 humans died in those 27 seconds. The strike force vanished back into stealth, believing they had struck a decisive blow, believing they had taught humanity a lesson about defying the Council. They were wrong. The response began exactly 3 minutes after the attack. My hands tremble as I access the restricted records. Simultaneous events across Council space, coordinated with a precision that we had thought impossible. The quantum recorder captures the footage of what happened next. In the Drachnid capital system, their mighty defense fleet simply ceased to exist. Not destroyed, their ships literally vanished between one sensor sweep and the next. In Mercathi space, every weapons facility, every military installation, every defense platform went dark simultaneously. The Zentari found their most secure networks exposed, their secrets laid bare for the galaxy to see. But that was just the beginning. To the Galactic Council, Admiral Porter's transmission overrode every communication channel in Council space. 843 civilians. 843 lives ended because you couldn't accept your own obsolescence. Because you chose pride over peace. Domination over cooperation. The recording shows her standing on what was clearly a ship's bridge, but like nothing the Council had ever seen. Behind her, holographic displays showed real-time views of every major council world. We tried diplomacy. We tried warnings. We tried demonstrations of our capabilities without causing permanent harm. Now we show you what happens when humanity stops holding back. She nodded to someone off-screen. Your combined fleet that retreated from Earth? Check their positions. Panic erupted across council space as military commanders tried to contact their ships. 500,000 vessels, the pride of their combined military might, had vanished without trace. Your ships are safe, Porter continued, her voice carrying an edge that made my scales crawl. They're currently in orbit around Earth. Crew unharmed but thoroughly contained. We brought them here because we want them to have front row seats for what happens next. She pressed a control on her command chair. Right now, human ships are decloaking throughout council space. We are everywhere. We have always been everywhere. While you played at espionage and military posturing, we were mapping every centimeter of your territory, analyzing every weakness, preparing for the possibility that you would force our hand. The footage splits to show multiple views. Council leaders watched in horror as human vessels appeared in their most secure systems. Ships of impossible size bristling with weapons beyond their comprehension. But Admiral Supreme Counselor Talara's voice shook as she responded, "Surely we can negotiate. The attack on your colony was unsanctioned, a rogue element." "Save your lies," Porter cut her off. "We have the council records, the authorization codes, the operation plans. Every single being involved in planning and executing the attack has already been transported to holding cells on our ships." She leaned forward, her eyes hard. "Here's what happens now. Every council world will stand down their military forces immediately. Every hidden weapon, every cloaked ship, every secret installation will be declared and surrendered. You have 1 hour." Or what Lord Blackscale demanded, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. Porter's smile was colder than deep space. "Or we demonstrate our full capabilities, the technology we've been holding in reserve, the weapons we've developed but chosen not to use. 1 hour to comply. Then we stop being nice." They didn't believe her, I tell my recorder. Even then, even after everything they had seen, they couldn't accept the truth. Couldn't believe that humanity had advanced so far beyond them. The Council's response was to order all remaining military forces to attack the human ships. Every weapon they had left, every ship still under their control. One last, desperate attempt to prove their supremacy. The battle, if you could call it that, lasted less than 5 minutes. Human ships didn't dodge the attacks, didn't raise shields, simply allowed the Council's most powerful weapons to strike them directly. The energy weapons passed through them as if they weren't there. Physical projectiles emerged on the other side of their hulls without leaving a mark. Phase shift technology, I explained to my recorder. Their entire ships could partially exit our dimension at will. Nothing in Council space could touch them. Nothing could stop them. Then the humans demonstrated their own weapons. They didn't target military installations, didn't fire on civilian populations. Instead, with surgical precision, they eliminated the seats of power. Government buildings, military command centers, the private estates of those who had ordered the attack on New Haven. The quantum recorder captures the archived footage. Buildings vanishing into thin air, transported to who knows where. Command bunkers buried kilometers underground, suddenly exposed to vacuum as the rock around them ceased to exist. Defense shields failing as the generators powering them simply disappeared. In 5 minutes, the Council's power structure was gutted. Their military command was decapitated. Their ability to offer organized resistance was eliminated. Admiral Porter's final transmission was broadcast to every world, every ship, every communications device in Council space. "The Council's authority ends today," she declared. "Earth will oversee the transition to a new galactic government, one based on cooperation and mutual respect, not domination and force. Those who work with us will be treated fairly. Those who resist." She let the silence stretch meaningfully. "Well, we've demonstrated what resistance will earn you. Choose wisely." End record. I shut off the quantum recorder, my 4 hands shaking as I pull up the final images. The Council chambers, now empty and dark. The mighty combined fleet, still in orbit around Earth, its crews watching helplessly as their civilization was transformed. Humanity, stepping into their role not as conquerors, but as reluctant guardians. determined to build something better than what they had torn down. They had never wanted war, never wanted to rule. But when pushed too far, when their patience finally ran out, they proved that technological superiority wasn't their greatest strength. Their greatest strength was their restraint, and the galaxy learned far too late that such restraint should never be taken for granted. Final record, galactic date 47,293.10. I gaze out at Earth one last time through my observation window. The reconstruction period began immediately after the surrender, but it wasn't what anyone expected. The humans, surprising everyone yet again, didn't install themselves as the new council, didn't seek revenge, didn't demand reparations. Instead, they did something far more radical. They gave everyone a voice. The Galactic Assembly, I speak into my recorder, watching ships of all species moving peacefully through space below. One world, one vote. No special privileges, no dominant species. Even the youngest civilizations have equal say in galactic affairs. The Quantum Archive displays footage from the first assembly session. Admiral Porter, now retired from military service, stood before representatives from every known species, even those the Council had deemed too primitive to participate. "We could rule you," she said simply. "We could dominate you the way the Council did. We have the power. But that's not who we are. That's not what humanity stands for." The changes came swiftly after that. Trade routes opened to all. Technology shared freely, with built-in safeguards that even humans themselves couldn't override. A new era of cooperation and growth. The former Council species struggled at first. I narrate, remembering those turbulent days. The Drachnid Imperium nearly collapsed when their slave worlds were freed. The Mercathi economy stumbled without their monopolies. The Zentari scientific dominance evaporated when their secret research was shared with all. But they adapted. They had to. Because the humans made it clear: try to rebuild the old power structures, attempt to dominate others again, and face consequences far worse than military defeat. The recording shows the transformation. Former enemies working together on joint projects, species that had been bitter rivals for millennia now sharing resources and knowledge, a galaxy learning slowly but surely that cooperation brings greater rewards than conquest. Supreme Counselor Talera works as a teacher, now I note with a touch of irony, instructing young diplomats about the dangers of pride and prejudice. Lord Blackscale leads a cultural exchange program. Even the Zentari have redirected their research toward beneficial technologies for all species. My four hands move across the control panel one last time, bringing up the final statistics. Trade volume up 300%. Scientific breakthroughs occurring at 5 times the previous rate. Conflict between species down by 89%. And the humans, I can't keep the wonder from my voice. They watch. They guide when asked. They step in only when absolutely necessary. Their ships still patrol Council space, their technology still far beyond what most species can comprehend. But they've never once abused that power. The quantum recorder captures my sigh. This will be my final report on species 7249. I've spent 15 years studying them, from first contact through the fall of the Council and into this new era. And I think I finally understand what we got wrong from the very beginning. The observation window fills with the image of Earth, still beautiful, still deceptively peaceful. We thought their kindness was weakness. Their patience was primitive restraint. Their willingness to talk rather than fight was proof of their inferiority. We were so convinced of our own superiority that we couldn't recognize what was right in front of us. A human ship phases into view, its hull gleaming with technology that still seems like magic to most species. It acknowledges my presence with a brief signal flash, then continues its patrol. They weren't primitive. They were principled. They weren't weak. They were giving us every chance to be better. And when we failed those chances, when we finally pushed them too far, they didn't just defeat us. They saved us. From others, yes, but mostly from ourselves. I begin the shutdown sequence for my observation post. After 15 years, it's time to go home. Time to share what I've learned with my own people. The humans have a saying: I speak my final words into the recorder. Something Admiral Porter quoted in that first assembly session. The true measure of power isn't in how much damage you can do, but in how much good you choose to do instead. The quantum recorder clicks off for the last time. I take one final look at Earth before turning away. They were never the primitive species we thought they were. They were what we could have been, should have been, all along. And thanks to their peculiar mix of power and principle, of capability and compassion, the galaxy is finally becoming what it always should have been. A place where no species needs to prove their superiority, where patience is recognized as strength, and where the greatest power lies not in dominance, but in the choice to be better than what came before. End final record. No species will ever forget.
At Starbound, we tell stories the human way, not with artificial voices or AI slop. In the end, what's HFY without humanity? Subscribe to keep it this way. My name's General G. Let's begin. I'm sorry to say this, little buddy, the human ambassador began from his seat at the Galactic Council meeting, but you won't last 3 seconds. Abby's antennae drooped as the words washed over him. He stood atop the massive council table, his small paws gripping the edge of the microphone stand that had been specially adjusted to accommodate his diminutive stature. The table stretched out around him like a vast plateau, and he could see the faces of dozens of species watching him from their seats in the amphitheater-style chamber. His bright orange fur bristled in indignation. His big dark eyes watched as he processed what the human had just said, and the fluffy pom-poms at the tip of his antennae quivered as he tried to suppress his rage. Being forced to stand on the table just to be seen at all had been humiliating enough. The Sativ were new to the Galactic Council, and the negotiations to join had been a months-long ordeal of being spoken to in condescending tones and generally treated like adorable pets rather than sentient beings with their own culture and achievements. Abby and his people had collectively decided that enough was enough. The moment they were officially granted membership and given the floor to speak, they would declare war on the most powerful species in the chamber. It was a calculated move designed to earn respect through demonstration of courage and martial prowess. Abby had spent hours studying the dossiers of every species present. He'd memorized their military capabilities, their territories, their temperaments. And he'd made his choice: the humans. They were legendary warriors, survivors of a death world called Earth, masters of violence. They were the species that made the other species nervous. If the Sativ could challenge them and prove themselves worthy opponents, every other member of the council would have to take notice. So, Abby had stood there on the table, his tiny chest puffed out as far as his furball body would allow, and declared formal war on humanity. He used every traditional phrase from Sativ warrior culture, invoking the names of their ancient heroes and promising to descend upon Earth like a storm of claws and fury. He'd expected shock, perhaps even fear. What he got instead was this casual dismissal, this patronizing little buddy nonsense, and the assertion that his entire species wouldn't last 3 seconds against humanity. Worse than that, though, was the reaction from everyone else. Abby's large eyes scanned the chamber, taking in the spectacle of universal mockery. The Aquarians in their water-filled environmental suits were producing steams of bubbles, their translucent bodies rippling with what could only be laughter. The Avian Cree delegation was worse. Their high-pitched squeaking filled the air as their elaborate head crests stood fully erect, a sign of extreme amusement in their culture. Even the Morphids, usually so dignified in their carefully maintained bipedal forms, had lost their composure. 3 of them had literally melted into puddles of gelatinous goo on their seats, their bodies shaking with what Abby assumed was the blob equivalent of hysterical laughter. "You all laugh now," Abby declared, his voice amplified by the microphone but still higher pitched than he would have liked. "But in 2 days, the Sativ warrior fleet will descend upon Earth, We will challenge the humans to honorable combat, warrior to warrior. We will prove our prowess with both blade and technology. We will claim the treasures of their world as proof of our victory." His antennae straightened, pom-poms rigid with determination. "You mock us for our size, but size means nothing in the face of courage and skill. When we stand victorious over the defeated humans, when we return with the spoils of Earth, you will all see. You will regret your laughter. You will beg for our forgiveness, and you will never, ever underestimate the Sativ again." He'd practiced that speech for hours. It had sounded so much more impressive in his quarters. Now came the dramatic exit, which Abby had not fully thought through. The table was easily 3 times his height. He'd been lifted up here by a mechanical platform, which was still sitting nearby, but required him to walk to it. Maintaining his dignity while marching across the vast expanse of the table, still within clear view of everyone, would have been challenging enough. But he was so angry, so determined to storm off, that he simply turned and began walking toward the edge of the table, fully intending to leap off in a display of athletic prowess. He made it about 3 steps before he realized his mistake. Peering over the edge, he saw the floor far below. Very far. He froze, his tail twitching nervously behind him. The laughter in the chamber intensified. "Does the mighty warrior need help getting down?" one of the Kree called out, setting off another wave of squeaking. Abby's fur fluffed out even more, if that was possible. He turned around with as much dignity as he could muster and walked stiffly toward the platform, his small legs moving in quick, angry steps. Behind him, he could hear the voices of the council members. "They're going to Earth. Those Deathworlders are going to eat them alive." That was one of the Aquarians, their voice bubbling with laughter. "Remember the Zoraxian probe that landed there? Destroyed in minutes," another voice added. "I once saw a human tear apart a Kravik war machine with their bare hands because it was making annoying sounds," someone else chimed in. "These poor furballs don't stand a chance." "At least they'll die bravely," said a Morphid, in a tone that suggested they found even that notion amusing. "Well, probably not bravely, probably screaming, but we can tell people it was brave." 10 credits says they don't even make it out of their landing craft. 20 says they take 1 look at Earth from space and go back. The voices faded as Abby stepped onto the platform and began his descent. He kept his head high, his antennae proud, refusing to show any sign that their words had affected him. But one thing did puzzle him as he reached the floor and marched toward the exit. Throughout all the laughter, all the mockery, all the jokes at his expense, he'd noticed that the human ambassador himself had remained completely silent. The tall, dark-haired man had simply sat in his chair, watching Abby with an expression that the small warrior couldn't quite interpret. It wasn't mockery, it wasn't amusement, it was something else. That observation did nothing to dampen Abby's resolve. If anything, it strengthened it. The human was probably worried, realizing that his species was about to face real warriors for the first time. In 2 days, Abby would prove everyone wrong. In 2 days, the Sativ would show the entire galaxy what they were made of. In 2 days, Earth would fall. 2 days passed in a blur of preparation. Abby had personally overseen the assembly of the fleet, the finest warriors the Sativ homeworld had to offer. 300 ships, each crewed by 20 warriors, all equipped with the latest in Sativ military technology. It wasn't the largest fleet in the galaxy, but it was mobile and crewed by individuals burning with the need to prove themselves. Now, as the blue-green marble of Earth filled the view screen of the command ship, Abby felt a surge of pride and anticipation. Around him, the bridge crew moved quickly. their small paws interacting with controls that had been designed specifically for their size. To his left stood General Lax, his purple fur marked with the white strips of a veteran warrior. To his right was General Izzy, her bright pink fur indicating she was from the northern territories of the Sativ homeworld, where the fiercest warriors traditionally came from. "Approaching the outer atmosphere," reported the navigator, a young male named Pip, whose green fur still had the brightness of youth. "All ships reporting ready status." "Excellent," Abby said, his voice steady despite the excitement coursing through his small body. He stood on a raised platform in the center of the bridge. Everything was designed to accommodate their size, thankfully, and activated the fleet-wide communications. It was time for the traditional conquest speech, the kind that leaders of the Sativ had delivered before every major battle since their species could remember. "Warriors of the Sativ," Abby's voice rang out across all 300 ships. "Today we write history. Today we prove to the galaxy that size means nothing in the face of courage and skill. The other species of the Council look at us and see small, fluffy creatures. Today we show them the truth." On the view screen, he could see inside some of the other ships. Thousands of furball warriors, each in their enhanced bodysuits that doubled their strength, carrying both traditional curved blades and modern laser rifles. They stood at attention, their antennae rigid, their eyes fixed on their screens. "We descend upon Earth, the legendary death world of humanity," Abby continued. "But do not let their reputation frighten you. Yes, they are larger than us. Yes, they come from a harsh world, but so do we. Our home world has almost exactly Earth's gravity. We will not be at a disadvantage. We will feel as strong there as we do here. If anything, we have the advantage, for our technology is just as advanced as theirs, and our warriors are twice as determined." A cheer erupted across the fleet, thousands of high-pitched voices screaming their enthusiasm. "The Galactic Council laughed at us," he shouted. "They mocked our declaration. But today, we become legends. Today, we claim victory over humanity itself." The cheering intensified. Abby could see warriors on other ships brandishing their weapons, bouncing in excitement. General Lax was nodding approvingly beside him, while General Izzy had her tiny fist raised in a gesture of solidarity. "We are small, but we are mighty," Abby declared. "We are few, but we are brave. We are Sativ, and today the galaxy learns to respect that name." The fleet erupted in war cries. Abby cut the transmission and turned to his generals, his chest heaving with emotion. Before he could speak, voices started coming through the comms from various ships. "Those council bastards won't be laughing after this," came the voice of Captain Zix from Ship 7. "I'm going to enjoy proving those pompous Aquarians wrong," added Commander Frill from Ship 19. "Bubbling at us like we're some kind of joke." A female voice cut through the chatter, coming from Ship 40. "Commander Abby, I have a question. What will we do with the humans after we defeat them?" Abby straightened, recognizing the voice of Captain Mira, one of his most respected warriors. "An excellent question, Captain. We will leave them be, of course." There was a moment of silence on the comms. "Leave them be, sir?" Mira asked, her tone confused. "Of course," Abby replied, as if it were obvious. "We're not monsters. We'll prove our superiority in combat, claim some of their treasures as proof of our victory, and then depart. They can keep their planet. We don't want the other species to think we're cruel conquerors. We're warriors seeking respect, not tyrants seeking domination." General Lax leaned closer, his voice low and concerned. "Commander, are you sure about that? I mean, what if the humans see our mercy as weakness? What if the Council thinks we went soft?" "Nonsense," Abby said firmly. Showing restraint and honor will only increase the respect they have for us. We're not barbarians. General Izzy looked equally worried, her pink fur rippling with anxiety. But, Commander, what if they refuse to tell the Council that we conquered Earth? What if they just say we landed, got scared, and left? They won't be able to say that, Abby assured her. We have defeated them in combat. We have their treasures. The evidence will speak for itself. Both generals exchanged a glance that suggested they weren't entirely convinced, but they said nothing more. The fleet continued its descent, breaking through Earth's atmosphere. The ships were designed for smooth entry, and within minutes they had a clear view of the surface below. Scanning for optimal landing site, reported Pip from his navigation station. Looking for an area that will demonstrate our power while allowing for proper challenge protocols. What about there? General Lax pointed to the main view screen, where a large green space was visible in the middle of what appeared to be a human settlement. That open area in their settlement, it appears to be some kind of gathering space. Running detailed scans, Pip said, interacting with the controls. After a moment, his ears flattened against his head. Commander, I'm detecting human life signs in that area. Multiple family groups. There appear to be human young present. Abby frowned, his antennae dipping thoughtfully. Human children? We certainly can't land there. We don't want to frighten the young ones. That would be cruel, and worse, it would make us look like bullies. Is there a suitable landing area that's free of civilians? Pip's scan continued. Yes, Commander. There's an area approximately half a kilometer away that appears to be completely clear. Still within the same green space, but isolated from the human population centers. Perfect, Abby decided. We'll land there first, establish our position, and then transmit our formal challenge to the human warriors. We'll give them the opportunity to meet us in honorable combat. If they accept, we fight. If they surrender, well, that would be disappointing, but still a victory. You really think they'll just surrender? General Izzy asked skeptically. Of course not, Abby replied. They're humans. They're supposed to be fierce warriors. They'll accept the challenge, fight bravely, but ultimately lose. And then we'll all go home having earned respect. That's how these things work. General Lax's expression suggested he thought their commander might be oversimplifying things, but he merely nodded. Setting landing protocols now. All ships prepare for ground deployment. The fleet descended in formation. 300 ships, creating an impressive display, as they approached the clearing Pip had identified. The landing was textbook perfect, each ship touching down with minimal impact, arranged in neat rows that would have made any military academy instructor proud. The ships themselves were small by galactic standards, each about the size of a human shuttle, but together they created an impressive sight. Landing successful, Pip reported. All ships confirm secure positions. External sensors show Earth's gravity is 0.974 of our home standard, well within comfort range. Excellent, Abby said. Environmental analysis? Atmosphere is compatible. Temperature is mild. No immediate threats detected. Pip paused. Commander, I am detecting various biological signals in the surrounding area, flora and fauna. Perhaps just local wildlife, Abby said dismissively. Nothing we can't handle. The three commanders made their way to the hatch, their enhanced bodysuits glowing with power. The suits were impressive, form-fitting armor that augmented their strength, provided environmental protection, and looked intimidating despite their small size. Each suit was decorated according to rank, with Abby's featuring golden trim and the crest of the Sativ Military Council. Open the latch, Abby commanded, his voice steady and fearless. The hatch cycled open with a hiss of equalizing pressure, and a ramp extended downward. Bright sunlight flooded the interior of the ship, and for a moment, Abby had to blink against the glare. Then his eyes adjusted, and he got his first real look at Earth. It was green. incredibly, overwhelmingly green. The grass stretched out in all directions, each blade swaying in a gentle breeze. But what struck Abby most was the sheer scale of everything. The trees surrounding the clearing were enormous, towering giants that made the trees of his homeworld look like saplings. Their trunks were as thick as some stative buildings, and their branches reached up toward a sky that seemed impossibly vast and blue. "By the ancestors," General Lax breathed beside him. "Those trees are massive." General Izzy had frozen at the bottom of the ramp, staring up at the vegetation around them. "I've never seen plants so large. Do you think all Earth plants are like this?" Abby forced his fur to lie flat, refusing to show intimidation. "Well, of course they're large. The humans are large, remember? It makes sense that their vegetation would match their scale. Besides, size means nothing. A large tree is no more threatening than a small one. Let's proceed." The three commanders stepped off the ramp and onto Earth's surface. The grass beneath their feet was strange, soft, but also slightly sharp, each blade much thicker than the delicate ground cover of their homeworld. Abby took a deep breath of Earth's air, finding it rich and slightly sweet, carrying scents he couldn't identify. "Environmental conditions are excellent," he announced, his voice filled with confidence. "The gravity feels natural. The air is fresh. This is a fine world for battle. I can see why the humans are proud of it." "Should we call the rest of the troops out?" General Lax asked. "Let's do a quick perimeter check first," Abby decided. "Make sure there are no immediate surprises. Then we'll—" A high-pitched scream cut through the air, coming from their comms. "Commander! Commander! I've been wounded!" All three commanders froze. Abby activated his comm link immediately. "Report! What's your status?" "It's Private Zim, sir, from Ship 12. The voice was panicked, speaking so quickly that the words ran together. "I stepped outside for preliminary recon like you ordered, and I cut my foot on this grass thing. It's sharp, sir. The grass is sharp. I'm bleeding. I need a medic." Abby closed his eyes and counted to 3, trying to maintain his composure. Behind him, he could hear General Izzy making a sound that might have been a suppressed laugh. "Private Zim," he said slowly and clearly, "you cut your foot on grass?" "It's really sharp grass, sir." "Send a medic to Ship 12, Abby ordered, then switched to a private channel with his generals. "What an idiot! Wounded by grass! And I'm supposed to lead these troops to victory?" "To be fair," General Lax said, "he's probably just nervous, but he is an idiot." "The humans probably have idiots in their armies, too," Abby muttered dismissively. "Come on, let's continue the survey." They moved forward carefully, their small legs carrying them through the grass that came up to their shoulders. It was slow going, and Abby was starting to appreciate why the humans were so tall. Navigating this vegetation would be much easier with longer limbs. Still, they pressed on, making it about 20 meters from the ship before they heard another scream. "Sir, sir! There's a creature! Some kind of flying thing! I think it's a bird!" Abby spun around, trying to locate the source of the commotion. He could see several ships with their hatches open now, warriors cautiously emerging to explore. One warrior, his yellow fur bright against the green grass, was pointing upward at something in the air. "It's small," the warrior shouted. I'm going to investigate. Back home, all flying creatures are friendly. This is probably similar." "Wait!" Abby started to say, but he was too far away, and the warrior couldn't hear him. The warrior reached up toward the flying creature, which Abby could now see was fuzzy and striped with yellow and black. It was indeed quite small, hovering in the air near a tall flowering plant. The warrior's paw made contact with the creature. The creature's reaction was immediate and violent. It dove toward the warrior, and even from this distance, Abby could see the warrior jerk back, clutching his paw. Then the screaming really started. It stabbed me! The bird stabbed me! It's still stabbing me! Why is it so angry?" The warrior was now running in circles, waving his paw in the air while the tiny creature pursued him with single-minded determination. Other warriors nearby were scattering, clearly unsure whether to help or flee. The scene would have been comical if it weren't so concerning. "That's not a bird," General Izzy observed. "Birds have feathers. That thing is... I don't know what that is." "It's hostile, whatever it is," General Axe added. "Should we open fire?" "On a creature that small?" Abby shook his head. "We'd look ridiculous. Send another medic, and someone tell that warrior to stop trying to make friends with Earth's wildlife until we know more about it." It took several minutes to resolve the situation. The creature, which Pip later identified from the database as something called a bee, eventually flew away, apparently satisfied with the punishment it had delivered. The wounded warrior was treated and sent back to his ship to recover, though his pride was probably more injured than his paw. "Note to all troops," Abby announced over the fleet-wide channel, "do not touch any Earth creatures until we have confirmed they are safe. Apparently, even their smallest life forms can be aggressive." "Commander," Pip's voice came through on his private channel, "should I transmit the challenge to the humans now?" Abby looked around at the clearing. About 24 warriors had now emerged from various ships, all standing in small groups and staring at the alien environment with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. It was time to get this operation back on track. "Yes, transmit the challenge. Use the standard diplomatic frequency. Tell them that the Sativ warrior fleet has arrived to challenge them to honorable combat. Tell them we await their response in this location." "Are transmitting now, sir." There was a pause. "Message sent and confirmed, received by Earth's communication network." "Excellent. Now we wait for the human warriors to arrive." Abby walked back toward his ship, gesturing for more troops to disembark. "Everyone out! Form up! Make it look impressive! The humans will be here soon, and they need to see that we're serious." Warriors began pouring out of the ships, creating a growing sea of colorful furballs in combat suits. They arranged themselves in loose formations, weapons at the ready, antennae quivering. Abby positioned himself at the front, flanked by his generals, trying to project an image of confidence. Minutes passed, then more minutes. Abby began to wonder if the humans had received the message properly. Maybe their communication systems were different than expected. Maybe they needed more time to translate. Maybe... "Contact! Something's moving in the bushes!" The shout came from the left flank of the formation. Abby spun around, his paw going to his weapon. "Where? Show me!" "There, sir, in those bushes at the edge of the clearing. I saw something move, something big." All eyes turned toward the indicated location. The bushes in question were dense and tall, providing excellent cover for whatever was behind them. Abby could see movement. Something was definitely there. His heart raced. This was it. The humans were trying to ambush them, using the terrain to their advantage. It was a clever tactic, one he could respect. "Warriors at the ready!" Abby commanded. "Prepare for contact! If they want to play games, we'll show them what Sativ warriors can do." The bushes rustled more violently. Something was pushing through them, something low to the ground but clearly strong. Abby raised his laser rifle, sighting down the barrel. Around him, hundreds of other warriors did the same, creating a wall of firepower aimed at those bushes. The creature emerged. It was probably the same size as a Sativ covered in fur, orange fur with white patches and distinctive stripes of darker orange. It had 4 legs, a long tail, pointed ears, and green eyes that fixed on the assembled warriors. It opened its mouth and made a sound. Meow. For a moment, absolute silence reigned. The creature, Whatever it was took a few steps forward, its tail raised high, still making small chirping sounds. It didn't look particularly aggressive. In fact, it looked curious, its head tilting to one side as it examined the crowd of small armed furballs. Is that a human weapon?" whispered General Izzy. "It's moving on 4 legs," General Lax pointed out. "It must be their battle creature," Abby decided. "They've sent this beast to test us before they arrive themselves. Stay alert. Don't let your guard down." The creature padded closer, now within 5 meters of the front line. Several warriors backed up nervously. The creature sat down and began to clean its face with one paw, completely unconcerned with the weapons pointed in its direction. Should we fire, sir?" asked one of the nearby warriors. "Hold your fire," Abby commanded. "Let's see what it does." What it did was stand up, stretch extensively, and then walk directly toward the warriors. Specifically, it walked toward a warrior on the left flank, a young female named Kira, whose green fur was fluffed out in fear. "It's coming for me," Kira squeaked. "Whoa, what do I do?" Abby shouted, "Defend yourself!" Kira, more out of panic than any real tactical thinking, swung her rifle around and fired a shot. The laser bolt struck the creature on its side. Against their own species, that type of weapon could punch through fur. Instead, the creature's fur merely showed a small scorch mark. The creature's reaction was immediate. It hissed, its ears flattening against its head, and swiped at Kira with one paw. Kira screamed. The creature's claws left 3 parallel scratches across her bodysuit. The suit's energy shields sparked but held, though Kira was knocked backward by the force of the blow. The creature, apparently scarred and slightly wounded, turned and bounded away, disappearing back into the bushes as quickly as it had appeared. "Medic!" Abby shouted. "Someone get a medic to Kira!" "Oh, I'm okay, sir," Kira called out, though her voice was shaky. "The suit took most of it, but that thing was strong." "What kind of battle creature takes a direct hit from a laser rifle and barely notices?" General Lax said, his voice low and secretive. "Commander, I don't think that was a human weapon. I think that might have been a local predator." "A predator?" Abby's antennae drooped. "You mean the humans didn't send it?" "The humans haven't responded to our challenge at all yet," General Izzy pointed out. "I think that was just an animal, a wild animal." Abby considered this information carefully. On one hand, it was concerning that a random Earth predator was that strong and aggressive. On the other hand, if the troops knew that they'd just been attacked by a random wildlife rather than human weapons, morale might suffer. "Keep that assessment between us," Abby told his generals quietly. "As far as the troops know, that was a test from the humans. We passed. They saw we could defend ourselves, and now they'll take us seriously." Both generals nodded, though neither looked entirely convinced. The warriors were already talking among themselves, some expressing pride at having driven off the human battle beast, others looking nervously at the bushes, as if expecting more creatures to emerge. Abby was about to address the troops when movement at the far end of the clearing caught his eye. This time, it wasn't an animal. A figure emerged from behind a large tree, and even from this distance, Abby could tell it was human. The being was tall, impossibly tall from a Sativ perspective, with dark hair and wearing what appeared to be formal attire rather than combat gear. Behind him, several other humans emerged, all wearing identical black suits. "There," Abby breathed. "The humans have arrived. Finally!" The human raised his hand in what might have been a greeting or might have been a signal. Abby decided to interpret it as a gesture of parley. He activated his suit's external speakers. "Warriors of the Sativ," he announced. "Weapons ready. The humans are here. Prepare for honorable combat. 300 laser rifles raised simultaneously. All pointed at the approaching humans. The humans kept walking, apparently unconcerned with the display of firepower. As they got closer, Abby recognized the one in front. It was the ambassador from the Galactic Council, the one who had said they wouldn't last 3 days. The human stopped about 10 meters away from the Sativ formation. He looked around at the assembled warriors, his expression unreadable. Then he sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Thanks for avoiding the children," the human said, his voice easily carrying across the clearing. "I saw your ships come in, and I was worried you'd land near the playground. With all that fluffy fur, it would have been a disaster." Abby bristled at the implication. They were not brutes who would hurt children. "We are not monsters who would attack the young ones," he declared, his voice amplified by his suit speakers. "We are warriors. We came here to fight human warriors in honorable combat. We seek to prove ourselves against the best you have to offer." He gestured dramatically with one small paw at the assembled troops behind him. "You claimed at the council meeting that we would not last 3 seconds on Earth. Well, we have been here for over an hour now. We have survived your harsh environment and even your predators. We are still standing, still ready to fight. Your words have been proven false." The humans exchanged glances. Abby interpreted their expressions as fear. Clearly, they were realizing they had underestimated the Sativ. The ambassador looked at one of his companions, then back at Abby, and his mouth tense in what might have been suppressed emotion. "I see," the ambassador said slowly. "You've survived for an hour. That's very impressive." "It is," Abby agreed. "And now we call upon you to fulfill the terms of our challenge. We face each other in battle, warrior to warrior. Get your weapons ready, humans, because we are about to engage in honorable warfare." He raised his own rifle dramatically. "The Sativ are ready. We follow the warrior path. We embrace glorious combat." Behind him, 300 warriors shouted their agreement, creating a cacophony of high-pitched war cries that echoed across the clearing. It was an impressive display, Abby thought. The humans had to be at least somewhat intimidated. The ambassador stood there for a long moment, just staring at them. Then he closed his eyes briefly, his shoulders slumping slightly. When he opened them again, he looked directly at Abby. "You know what?" the ambassador said. "You're right. You've proven yourselves. We surrender." The war cries stopped abruptly, replaced by confused silence. Abby's antennae drooped in bewilderment. Around him, he could hear warriors whispering to each other, equally confused. "You... what?" Abby managed to say. "We surrender," the ambassador repeated. "You win. You can tell the Galactic Council that you conquered Earth. Congratulations." Abby looked at his generals. General Lax looked baffled. General Izzy looked suspicious. Behind them, the army was dissolving into confusion, warriors looking at each other and trying to figure out what had just happened. "That's it?" Abby asked, his voice rising in pitch. "You're just gonna surrender? Just like that? No fight?" "You already proved yourselves," the ambassador said. "You made it here, survived Earth's environment. That's more than most species manage on their first visit. We're impressed. You win." Abby's mind raced. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. The whole point was to engage in combat, to demonstrate Sativ martial prowess, to earn respect through battle. A surrender without fighting proved nothing. In fact, it might make things worse. The council would just say the humans had humored them, that they'd never taken the threat seriously enough to actually fight back. "No," Abby declared, his small paw pointing accusingly at the ambassador. "You don't get to escape that easily. We came here for honorable combat. We came here to prove ourselves. If we return with nothing but your words, no one will believe us. We need proof. We need..." We need to plunder something. Take some of your treasures back with us." The ambassador frowned, seeming genuinely confused by this demand. He scratched his head, looking at his companions as if seeking suggestions. They shrugged or shook their heads, equally at a loss. For several long seconds, the ambassador just stood there, thinking. Then his eyes widened, and his face lit up with what looked like sudden inspiration. "I know," he said, snapping his fingers. "I know exactly where to take you. There's a treasure box nearby, a place where humanity keeps one of our most valuable substances. It's something we cherish deeply, something we save up resources to obtain. If you plunder our food from there, everyone will have to believe you conquered us. Come on, I'll take you there right now." Abby considered this carefully. A treasure box containing humanity's most valuable food substance? That did sound impressive. And if the humans were willing to hand it over as proof of their defeat, well, that would certainly serve as evidence for the council. "Very well," Abby agreed. "Take us to this treasure box. We will claim its contents as proof of our victory." "Excellent," the ambassador said, and there was something in his smile that Abby couldn't quite interpret. "Oh, by the way, my name is George Hampton. I'm the human ambassador to the Galactic Council, but you probably knew that already." "I am Commander Abby of the Sativ Warrior Fleet," Abby replied formally. "These are Generals Lax and Izzy, and behind us are finest warriors." "Pleased to meet you all," George said, somehow managing to sound sincere. He gestured to his companions. "These are my security team. They're going to set up a perimeter while I take you to the treasure. Just make sure that none of your warriors accidentally hurt any civilians." Abby nodded approvingly. "A wise precaution. We wouldn't want any humans to stumble into our army and panic. They might get hurt trying to flee from our imposing presence." George's expression did something complicated, but he just nodded. "Exactly. That's exactly what I'm worried about. All right, follow me. It's not far." The men in black suits quickly moved into position around the clearing, creating a loose perimeter. Abby noticed that several of them were speaking into small devices and occasionally looking at the tree line with concerned expressions. Clearly, they were worried about Earth civilians seeing the Sativ army and being overwhelmed with fear. It made sense. The humans probably didn't want mass panic in their park. George led Abby, the two generals, and a contingent of about 50 warriors. Abby thought it was wise to leave the majority of the force with the ships. Across the clearing toward a paved pathway. As they walked, Abby could see other humans in the distance. Individuals and small groups, moving along other paths. Some with what appeared to be Earth pets on leashes. Several of them had stopped and were staring at the procession of small, furry warriors marching behind the tall human in the suit. "Are those teddy bears?" Abby heard one human say to another. "I think they're aliens," the other responded. "Look, they have little spacesuits." "Oh my God, they're so cute!" Abby's fur bristled. Cute. They thought warriors were cute. He forced himself to focus on the mission. Soon, they would have the human's treasure, and then no one would dare call them cute again. George led them down the path and around a corner, where a small white vehicle was parked near the edge of the path. It was roughly rectangular, with bright colors painted on its side, and a window at one end. As they approached, Abby could see that the side of the vehicle bore images of frozen treats and cheerful text. "Here we are," George announced, gesturing at the vehicle. "Humanity's treasure box." Abby looked at it skeptically. This is where you keep your most valuable food substance?" "Absolutely," George said with a straight face. "We call these mobile treasure repositories ice cream trucks, and they contain one of humanity's most beloved food items." ice cream. It's so valuable that humans literally give up their currency just to obtain small portions of it. Children especially treasure it. They'll beg their parents for it, trade favors for it, do extra chores just to earn enough money to buy it. If that's not proof of value, I don't know what is. Abby exchanged glances with his generals. Ice cream. He'd never heard of it, but the way George described it, it did sound like something precious. And if human young ones craved it that intensely, it must be exceptional. Very well, Abby said. Show us this ice cream. George walked up to the window of the truck and spoke to the human inside, a woman with her hair pulled back in a colorful scarf. Abby couldn't hear the entire conversation, but he saw George hand over what looked like paper currency and gesture back at the small army of Sativ warriors waiting expectantly on the path. The woman's eyes went wide, and she leaned out of the window to get a better look. Her hand went to her mouth, and she made a high-pitched sound that Abby's translator interpreted as a squeal of delight. Then she started moving around inside the truck with great energy. What's happening? General Lax asked quietly. I think she's preparing the treasure for us, Abby replied. Look at how quickly she's moving. She must be honored to provide it to warriors. George returned to the group, carrying several large containers. All right, everyone, gather around. The treasure is served in individual portions, and it comes in different flavors, different tastes. I've got chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, mint chocolate chip, and cookie dough. I recommend trying a little of each to see what you prefer. The woman from the truck appeared with more containers. Her face split in an enormous smile. Oh my goodness, they're adorable! Look at their little suits and the pom-poms on their antennae. Oh, I want to take them all home. Abby ignored the adorable comment and watched as George began distributing small portions of the ice cream to each warrior. The substance was cold, surprisingly cold, and came in various colors. Abby accepted a portion of the chocolate variety, which was dark brown and emitted a pleasant aroma. Go ahead, George encouraged. Try it. Abby took a small taste with the tiny spoon George had provided. His eyes widened immediately. The substance was cold, yes, but also sweet and rich and creamy and unlike anything he'd ever tasted on his homeworld. The flavor seemed to bloom in his mouth, coating his tongue with deliciousness. He took another bite, then another, suddenly unable to stop himself. Around him, similar reactions were rippling through the warrior contingent. Warriors were making sounds of amazement, their antennae quivering with pleasure. General Izzy had actually sat down on the pavement, cradling her container of strawberry ice cream like it was precious cargo. By the ancestors, General Lax breathed, his face covered in vanilla ice cream. This is incredible. This is the best thing I've ever tasted. The humans weren't lying, Abby said, scraping the last bit of chocolate from his container. This truly is a treasure. No wonder they value it so highly. I would trade considerable resources for more of this. Would you like more? George asked, and there was something in his expression, a warmth perhaps, or maybe amusement, that made him look genuinely kind. I think I bought enough for everyone to have seconds. For the next 20 minutes, the fierce Sativ warrior army sat on the path in front of an ice cream truck, eating frozen treats with the enthusiasm of, well, children at a birthday party. Warriors tried different flavors, compared favorites, and generally forgot entirely that they were supposed to be fearsome conquerors. The woman from the truck kept making delighted sounds and taking pictures with her personal device. Finally, when the last container had been emptied and licked clean, Abby stood up and tried to reassemble his dignity. His face was sticky with chocolate, and his antennae pom-poms drooped with contentment. But he was still a commander and had a job to complete. "George Hampton," he said formally, "we accept this treasure as proof of Earth's surrender. When we return to the Galactic Council, we will present this as evidence of our victory." "I'm sure you will," George replied, his tone gentle. "And I promise you, Abby, I'll make absolutely certain that the Council treats you with respect from now on. In fact, at the next Council meeting, your delegation will have seats right next to humanity's. We'll be allies, you and us, partners. How does that sound?" Abby's chest swelled with pride. "That sounds acceptable. We have proven ourselves in battle, or, well, in the warrior tradition of our people. We have claimed Earth's treasure, and now we have earned humanity's respect and friendship. This is a great day for the Sativ." "It absolutely is," George agreed. "You've handled Earth very well. Most species are like, Death World this and Death World that. It's really annoying." "We are true warriors. We don't fear Earth," Abby declared. He turned to his warriors. "Back to the ships. We return home victorious. The galaxy will hear of what we accomplished here today." The warriors cheered, though perhaps with less aggressive enthusiasm than before, mostly because they were all extremely full of ice cream and slightly sleepy from the sugar rush followed by the crash. They formed up and began marching back toward the clearing where the ships waited. As they walked, George kept pace beside Abby. "You know," the ambassador said conversationally, "if you ever want to visit Earth again, just as friends this time, you'd be welcome. We could show you around properly. Museums, restaurants, beaches, all sorts of things. I think you'd enjoy it." "Perhaps we will," Abby said, feeling generous in victory. "Perhaps we will. After all, we're allies now. Allies visit each other." "That we are," George said with a smile. "That we are." When they reached the clearing, Abby found the rest of his army waiting, weapons still at the ready, looking somewhat confused about why their commander and the advance party all had sticky faces and blissful expressions. Abby quickly ordered everyone back into the ships, unwilling to explain the details until they were safely off-world. The loading proceeded quickly, and soon the entire fleet was preparing for departure. As Abby sat in his command chair on the bridge, watching Earth begin to recede on the view screen, General Lax approached him. "Commander," the general said quietly, "do you think we actually conquered Earth?" Abby considered the question carefully. They hadn't fought any battles. They hadn't defeated any warriors. But they had landed on a death world, survived for over an hour, driven off a predator, received Earth's surrender, and claimed a treasure that was clearly precious to humanity. By the technical definition of conquest, they had succeeded. "Yes," he said finally, "we conquered Earth, we proved ourselves, and more importantly, we gained humanity's respect and friendship. That's what matters." "And the ice cream?" "The ice cream was a bonus," Abby admitted. "I wonder if we can establish trade relations for it." On the view screen, Earth had become a blue marble again, beautiful and mysterious. Somewhere down there, George Hampton was probably filing a report about the day's events. Abby wondered what that report would say. What spin humanity would put on this strange encounter. But it didn't really matter. The Sativ had come to Earth as warriors seeking respect. They were leaving as allies of humanity with bellies full of ice cream and heads held high. In the grand scheme of things, that seemed like a pretty good outcome. "Set course for home," Abby commanded. "We have a council meeting to prepare for. This time, when we speak, they'll listen. They'll respect us. And if they don't," he smiled, his small teeth glinting in the bridge lights, "well, we know where to get Earth's ice cream." The fleet jumped to hyperspace. 300 ships filled with proud warriors who had, in their own minds at least, conquered humanity's homeworld. And somewhere behind them, on a planet called Earth, a human ambassador filed a report titled First Contact with Sativ Species, Peaceful Resolution Through Creative Diplomacy and Chocolate Ice Cream, and wondered if anyone at headquarters would actually believe it. They probably wouldn't, but that was fine. Some victories were too strange to explain, too absurd to justify. Some victories just had to be experienced to be understood. And some victories tasted like chocolate ice cream on a sunny afternoon in the park.
The Academy called it the Trial of Fear. A machine older than some empires, flawless in its judgment, designed to map the terror coiled in every living mind. No cadet graduated without facing it. One by one, they stepped forward. A scaled warrior trembled as the screen bloomed with images of firestorms consuming her nest. A tusked predator roared in defiance, but the machine showed his dread anyway, the dishonor of being chained. Laughter, whispers, mockery rippled through the hall as each chart appeared. The system never lied, and humiliation was part of the lesson. In the back row, the human waited. Soft-skinned, weaponless, fragile, the one species everyone expected to crumble the fastest. Some cadets had already begun to grin, waiting to see what pathetic nightmare the machine would dig out of him. He rose without a word and sat in the chair. Electrodes hummed against his skin. The machine stirred, lights chasing across its surface as it dove into his mind. And then it faltered. Data spiked, collapsed, rebooted. The screen hissed with static. Medics barked orders. Technicians scrambled to check the wiring. The human only sat still, calm eyes fixed ahead. Finally, the chaos ended. The projector froze, and across the wall in burning letters appeared a single word. Unknown. The room, which had moments before been vibrating with laughter and mocking tension, fell into a vacuum of silence. The air felt too thick. Even the insectoid instructor, who had spent the last half-cycle boasting the machine's reliability, stared as if his optical cluster might be malfunctioning. "Run it again," someone barked. A technician sprinted toward the console, fingers working feverishly over luminescent glyphs. They reattached the sensors, recalibrated resonance filters, purged memory caches. Vitals are stable. Neural interface is clean. No feedback loops. The machine is functional, one of the engineers muttered. It's just refusing to classify. They ran the test again, then again. Each time, the same cascade: spike, crash, reboot, freeze, unknown. The human, still seated, looked neither confused nor smug. Just there, present, waiting. His name tag read Eric Malone. No rank embellishment, no cultural flair. Just a name. Around him, cadets shifted uneasily. The Luxorians, built like tower-limbed arachnids, stepped back with their usual clicking grace. The Ruark twins, all muscle and tusks, now sat quietly instead of exchanging bets. Even Kairesh, whose species claimed no concept of fear at all, tilted her crown of tendrils in visible confusion. It wasn't just that the machine couldn't read the human. That might have been a fault, a calibration issue. No, the machine had read something, then rejected it. Repeatedly. The implication was worse than error. It was deliberate omission. "Medical," called the lead instructor, his throat sac pulsing anxiously. "Check his neural response. Look for artificial blockers, dampeners, anything." A medical team surrounded Eric, attaching fresh bioscans. They ran EEGs, cardiac monitors, reflex tests. One of the assistants took a full blood sample. Not just a prick, but a full vial from the median cubital vein. He flinched slightly at the needle, no more than anyone would. His blood pressure was a little high, heart rate slightly elevated, unsurprising under pressure, but there were no signs of pharmacological interference. He's not suppressing anything. This is a standard human stress pattern. Elevated cortisol, normal range, no foreign agents in the bloodstream. The chief medic stepped back. He's clean. Instructor Kalex leaned closer, his breath fogging faintly against the chill recirculators. "Cadet Malone, Did you experience anything during the scan? Eric looked up at him. It didn't show me anything. Maybe your machine's broken. A low ripple passed through the cadets again, this time not laughter, but something tighter. Fear with a new face, uncertainty. The next cadet was called. A Cylon from a water world. He hesitated at the chair, eyeing it like it might bite. His readout showed a dark abyss being pulled from the ocean, suffocating in open air. It passed. The class exhaled. But no one really paid attention after that. Even when one cadet's fear was displayed as the annihilation of his family's bloodline in front of his ancestral crypt, the tension didn't fully return because the room kept stealing glances back at the human. The one whose mind couldn't be read, the one who hadn't blinked. Later that day, while other cadets nursed their embarrassment or basked in the relief of having passed the trial, Eric walked alone through the outdoor training yard. No one approached him. Not even Karesh, who normally sparred with every species at least once to test herself. She passed him with a slight bow of her head and did not make eye contact. He sat by himself on a bench near the kinetic field, watched the solar filter dim as evening approached. One of the medics, a Centauri assistant, approached cautiously, holding a tablet. I ran a full diagnostic on the machine's logs, she said, awkwardly folding her forearms. You know what's strange? It didn't crash. It completed its cycle and recorded the result. Eric looked at her, genuinely interested now. And? She hesitated. It flagged your neural response as non-classifiable, not error, not data corrupted. It used the internal code for legacy encounters. Legacy? She nodded. Ancient contacts, the kinds we haven't seen since before the Archive Wars. Beings whose fear patterns broke the framework. The only recorded classification that fits Island. Unquantifiable. Eric frowned. So, what does that mean? The medic stared at him. It means you might be the most terrifying thing in this academy. By the next cycle, word had spread. In the dining bay, the whisper followed every tray. The human cadet. The trial of fear. The verdict. Unknown. A term spoken in hushed tones, as if saying it aloud might attract its meaning. Instructors tried to downplay it. Official bulletins labeled it under review. But no one missed the tension in the hallways, or the sudden way instructors paused when Eric entered a room. Even the training AI now asked him for manual override, more often than not, as if uncertain what his biometric tags meant. And yet, Eric kept showing up. To tactics class, field training, zero-grav maneuver drills. He laughed at jokes, laughed at himself, argued over protein rations and handed out chewing gum during breaks. But nothing he did, no smile, no casual shrug ever quite reached the walls others now built around him. In the fear chamber, the machine sat untouched for 3 days. Then, without ceremony, it was brought online again. This is not a retest, Instructor Calix said, addressing a new class of observers. This is a diagnostic verification. The system must prove it was not compromised. Eric stood nearby, arms folded, saying nothing. No one had ordered him to participate again. He just showed up when he heard. A cadet from the Jura stepped up. Her body was armored in crystal chitin, her blood said to carry trace minerals from supernovae. She was proud, undefeated in sparring matches, and known to laugh in simulations of battlefield collapse. She sat. The machine hummed. Her chart painted the projection wall in stunning color. It showed a black void, not empty space, but a complete loss of connection, a death not of body, but of mind. A void where the Jura hive mind no longer reached her, alone in a universe where she could not feel the song of her kind. She collapsed, weeping the moment it ended. Calix gave no comfort. That was not the machine's purpose. Another cadet stepped forward, and another. One by one, the system displayed their most private, paralyzing nightmares. Each exposure was like a psychic wound turned public. Eric watched them all, silent, still. After the last cadet's vision ended, a cascade of withering vines choking out his life forest, Calix turned toward him. You remain an anomaly, Cadet Malone. Eric raised an eyebrow. Still no readout? No change, the instructor said. Would you submit again? There was no law that said he had to. He'd already passed the trial, however anomalously. But in a moment that stretched just a little too long, Eric nodded. "I'm not afraid of machines," he said, and sat back in the chair. No one exhaled. Electrodes connected, the lights dimmed. This time, the hum began sharply. The machine reacted even faster than before, reading, parsing, decoding. Then came the stutter. A flicker, a pulse, a sound like grinding metal beneath glass. Data spilled upward in jagged spikes on the monitor, impossible amplitudes, nonsensical ratios. Heat levels in the machine core spiked. Cables began to shimmer red. A safety alarm chirped softly, then louder. Then, a bright hiss of static. And again, unknown. Only this time, the screen didn't freeze immediately. It began to show something. A shape, a shadow, almost. Abstract and massive. Not a beast, not a storm, not a memory. Something like absence given form. Then it crashed. The wall projection blinked out. The diagnostic console popped, sparks arcing briefly across its casing. Techs swarmed. Medics checked vitals, but not Eric's this time. The machine's internal regulator had overheated. A pump unit was failing. Several fuses would need manual replacement. Eric sat perfectly still in the chair, staring ahead. "Eric," Calix said carefully, "did you see anything?" He didn't answer right away. Then he said, "I think your machine doesn't like what I think about." "You were shown an image," Calix said, briefly. "What was it?" Eric stood slowly. "I didn't see anything new. It's like it tried to pull something from me, then gave up." "Do you remember the shape?" "No," he said. "It's like trying to remember a noise that made you uncomfortable, but you don't know why." "Then, how do you know it gave up?" Eric turned, looked at Calix, then the other instructors. "Because whatever it was trying to find," he said, "I already learned how to live with it." Later, they tried to explain it away. They said the machine reacted poorly to human brain patterns, that it needed a different baseline. They proposed rewriting parts of the scanning software to use primate neurology maps, like they had for the early sapiens of Oxra 5. But that didn't explain the projected shape, or why the internal logs showed it wasn't a software error. The Academy's head of psychometric diagnostics, a gray-shelled Tavalik, ran a full neural trace of Eric that evening. They used non-invasive mapping, real-time neuroimaging, combined with a cold light EEG shell. Eric didn't resist. He was cooperative, even curious. After 4 hours, the Tavalik returned the results. Eric's brain structure was well within human range, active, responsive, even highly adaptable. But there was one section deep within the limbic system that lit up with unusual consistency under stress mapping. "It's not abnormal," she told the assembled faculty, "but it's efficient." "What does that mean?" asked Calix. The Tavalik hesitated. "It means he's felt fear before, likely profound fear. But the brain adapted to carry it without triggering collapse. In humans, the amygdala sometimes rewires how fear integrates with reasoning. It doesn't shut it down. It reassigns it. To what purpose? Survival. It keeps moving, even if it's terrified." They reviewed the data again. The diagnostic signature wasn't blank. It was layered, a maze. Every path started as fear, abandonment, mortality, guilt, pain. But instead of paralyzing him, each emotion had been rerouted, processed, redirected into calculated action. The machine hadn't failed. It had simply found no single dominant terror, no image strong enough to isolate. Because for Eric, fear was not a wall. It was part of the floor beneath him. The instructors debated whether to inform command. In the end, they agreed on silence. But the cadets weren't bound by protocol. By the end of that week, none dared to sit at his table. By the end of the next, some left offerings on his bunk, little tokens of wary respect. And by the third week, someone carved a single word onto the door of the simulation deck. Unknown. It was no longer a classification. It was a warning. The Academy stopped calling it a trial. Internally, instructors still referred to it as the neural fear diagnostic, but cadets whispered a different name now the wall. Because when Eric Malone sat in that chair, the machine hit something it had never encountered, a surface it could not pass through, could not classify, could not break. And no one knew what lay on the other side. Classes continued. Instructors pushed harder, drills extended longer, and the cadets sweated through every circuit. But training felt different now, more brittle. Even predator-born species, those evolved from hunters, began practicing subtle avoidance patterns around Eric. Not overt, not dramatic, just enough that in combat formations, he always had space. When bunk schedules were shuffled, no one volunteered to room with him, yet somehow no one dared complain either. Kairesh, the tendril-crowned fighter who had once prided herself on dismissing fear as a biological error, declined sparring with him. He leaks silence, she told her cohort. Even when he moves, it doesn't ripple. Rumors rippled instead. Some cadets said the human had no fear because his kind had killed it long ago, domesticated it like a beast, and taught it to obey. Others whispered that humanity's fear existed, but was shaped by something so vast, so alien, that even a machine built to read across time and culture could not name it. But the worst rumor, the one whispered behind closed doors, with antennae lowered and eyes darting, was that UNKNON was not a lack of fear. It was a warning from the machine itself. Legacy contact code, one cadet murmured during a nocturnal training rotation. It's used for threats that don't fit into civilization's framework. The last time that tag appeared. She didn't finish. She didn't have to. Everyone had seen the history modules, the Vanishers of Genthar, the anomaly on Relay Moon 4. Events where scanners failed, data collapsed, and something unknown burned across the stars until nothing was left. And now, a human shared their classification. Eric didn't respond to the rumors. He trained harder than most, showed up earlier, stayed longer. He was the only cadet who voluntarily signed up for thermal exposure rotation and chemical hazard conditioning in the same cycle. When a flying drill shard tore a deep gash through his shoulder during an exercise, he didn't walk it off. He hit the ground hard, teeth gritted, blood already saturating his uniform. The medics arrived in seconds. They performed a full assessment in the field. The cut had torn through the anterior deltoid and scraped the clavicle. Deep laceration, risk of infection, high trauma to soft tissue. Eric didn't try to stand. He didn't joke. He did exactly what he was told, breathing through the pain. The medic cleaned the wound with iodine substitute, used hemostatic foam to slow the bleeding, and immobilized the arm before transporting him to recovery. He was out of physical drills for 12 days. During those 12 days, the academy held breath. Because weakness would have made him familiar again, understandable, mortal. Instead, the human used the downtime to attend every theory class, analyze every war simulation, and recite verbatim the entire battle doctrine of the Galvathian campaign without notes. On day 13, his sling came off. He returned to the track and completed the 4.3 Kelvin's obstacle run without pause, left arm still aching, favoring the motion slightly but finishing anyway. The instructors took notice, especially Instructor Mark, an old veteran of the Sothar insurgency, who had once fought in 0G with one lung collapsed and a dislocated hip. He was not prone to praise, but during tactical review, when cadets were asked who best embodied adaptive combat resilience, Mark tapped the screen. "Malone," he said flatly. "He never wins by force, but he always gets up." It wasn't a compliment, it was a warning. Later that week, the head administrator of the academy, the four-eyed Varellan, known as Overseer Tatch, held a closed-door meeting. It included the machine's engineers, the senior medics, the psychometric lead, and 3 representatives from Central Command. Records of that meeting were encrypted and sealed. But 2 things leaked from it. The first, a single internal memo circulated only among instructors. It read, "Continue observation of Cadet Malone. Do not provoke, do not engage in psychological escalation. Classification remains unknown." The second, someone quietly decommissioned the Trial of Fear machine. It was placed into indefinite recalibration. No replacement was scheduled. No cadet ever sat in that chair again. Weeks passed. A strange peace returned, but it was a peace laced with caution. Eric still joked, still traded rations, still helped a winged cadet from the Slaven climb the tower after a flight injury grounded him mid-drill. He still lost sparring matches, still missed questions, still grumbled when the protein bars tasted like chalk. But everyone watched for the cracks, and found none. The Ruark twins tried to bait him once. One bumped his shoulder in the mess line, muttered something about, "Machines don't show what doesn't exist." The other added, "Maybe your species just doesn't get fear, or anything at all." Eric turned, met their eyes, and smiled. Not wide, not threatening, just enough. Then he walked away. That night, both twins filed voluntary reassignments to different sleep blocks. Karesh said it best, during a seminar on pre-combat psychology. "The rest of us know what we fear. We saw it, faced it. We are stronger now because we know the shape of our limits." She gestured toward Eric, who sat in the back, quiet. "But he walks without that shape. That's not strength. That's not weakness. That's a door without a lock." One of the instructors asked what she meant. She stared at them. "Would you sleep easy next to a door that never tells you what's behind it?" The summons came without a reason. No citation, no disciplinary tag. Just an official call code ping on Eric Malone's comms tablet, blinking amber. "Report to Evaluation Bay Theta. 19th cycle. Internal clearance required." He showed up 10 minutes early. Evaluation Bay Theta wasn't part of the main campus. It lived beneath it 3 levels down, past the regular dormitories, under the secure tech archives. Cadets weren't sent there often. Most didn't even know it existed. Those who did called it the glass room. The door slid open with a hiss, revealing a chamber colder than it needed to be. Transparent walls, sterile lighting, and a table that looked more like it belonged in a medical exam suite than a classroom. 3 figures waited inside. Commander Nils Human, gray-bearded, uniform immaculate, a rare sight at the academy, where instructors from Earth were posted sparingly. Inquisitor Tail, a Corellan whose skin flickered in subtle pulses of biolight. Their species had no visible mouth, but spoke with impeccable Terran standard through an implanted synthesizer. And lastly, Overseer Tatch himself. "Cadet Malone," said Nils, gesturing to the chair opposite them. "Please sit." Eric did, not casually, just quietly, alert. Tail placed a data cube onto the table. It illuminated automatically. Images scrolled across its surface scans of Eric's trial, logs from the machine, timestamps, core temperatures, power spikes, and finally, the word again, unknown. "We are not here to reprimand you," said Tail softly. "We are here to understand." "Is this a formal psych eval?" Eric asked. "No," said Tatch, his 4 eyes blinking independently. "This island, clarification." "We've reviewed the machine logs," Nils said. "They show that your neurological responses weren't abnormal. In fact, your mental resilience during the scan registered at 73% above baseline." Eric said nothing. "However," Tail continued, "there was a pattern in your limbic response that resembles a historical tag, one we haven't seen in generations." The Corellan leaned forward slightly. "Do you know what that tag is?" "I read the label," Eric said. "Legacy contact. Unknown. Not very helpful." "It's more than that," Nils said. "It's a classification reserved for species whose internal processing of threat does not result in observable fear. Maybe your machine just missed it." "No," said Tatch, steepling his fingers. "It refused it." A silence stretched. Eric tilted his head. "So, what are you asking me?" Nils tapped the cube, freezing a frame mid-recording. It showed the shadow the same flicker of impossible geometry the machine had attempted to project before crashing. "Did you see this?" Eric looked at the image. And for the first time, something subtle changed in his expression. Not fear, but memory. "I didn't see it then," he said. "But I've seen something like it, years ago." Tail leaned closer. "Where?" Eric didn't answer right away. Then, Station Helix 7, outer orbit. During my civvy years, before enlistment. Hull breach in Sector 9. The crew locked down the corridor, thought everyone was clear. He paused. "I wasn't." Tatch opened a notepad, began to type. "You were in a decompression zone?" "Yeah." "How long?" 11 minutes. Even Tail blinked. "With no suit?" There was partial atmosphere in the alcove, emergency gel mask, but the rest of the corridor vacuum. "You should have gone into cardiac arrest within 3. "I didn't." "Explain," said Nils. Eric's hand tightened slightly on the edge of the chair. I thought I was dead. I accepted it. And then, I didn't die. I stayed awake. I felt everything. The panic hit so hard I thought my brain would fry itself. What did you do? I counted, he said, backwards from 5,000. I figured if I got to 0, I'd either be dead or rescued. And? Asked Tail. I got to 94, he said. Then the rescue drone breached the secondary airlock. None of the officials spoke for a moment. Neurological records from that event are sealed, said Nils. Why? Eric looked at him. Because I told the medics I didn't remember anything. They didn't ask questions. I didn't offer details. And what do you remember now? Eric shrugged. I remember being more afraid than I'd ever been in my life, and I remember surviving it, and after that, fear didn't feel like an enemy anymore. Nils sat back. You mastered it. No, Eric said, eyes narrowing. I made space for it. Big difference. Tail looked down at the image. Then the machine didn't fail. It found something it didn't know how to show. It showed me, Eric said quietly. It just didn't know what to do with it. Overseer Tatch exchanged a long look with Nils. Then he stood. That will be all, Cadet. Eric nodded once and left. After the door sealed, the three remained silent for some time. Should we report this to Central Command? Tail asked at last. No, Nils said. They'll only want to contain him. We don't know if he's dangerous. Everything is dangerous, Tatch said, when it refuses to be understood. That night, Eric returned to his quarters, found a note on his bunk not official, handwritten, unusual for the Academy. It read, We don't know what you are, but you make the machine scared, and I think that's enough. No signature. He tucked it away. He didn't smile. The first real emergency came exactly 31 cycles after the trial of fear. It began as a simple systems anomaly, a power fluctuation in the orbital stabilizers above the Academy. Routine, easily correctable. Then came the secondary breach alert. Then the loss of telemetry from satellite Nexus 3. Then the blackout. By the time Command declared a full-scale threat protocol, half the orbital grid had gone silent. The Academy's shield generators strained under the sudden voltage drop. Emergency lights flickered in every corridor. Gravity distorted for a moment, an eerie weightlessness that sent cadets scrambling to secure gear. Steady bulkheads, reassert footing. Then, the first impact hit. A soundless shudder ran through the foundations. Not a quake, not an atmospheric strike. An external kinetic event. Status! Roared Calyx, gripping a stanchion as the control deck trembled again. What just hit us? Incoming object, no transponder, no registry, size comparable to an assault-class dropship. Not from our fleets, snapped the technician. Hostile? It isn't broadcasting anything, just descending, fast. Within moments, the Academy shifted into full lockdown. Cadets were sorted, some evacuated to subterranean safe zones. Others dispatched to defensive posts. Instructors took command of mobile response units. And Eric? He was in the east hangar when the sirens peaked. The lights were red, the floor shook, metal screamed as something pierced the outer atmospheric barrier. Instructors barked orders, rushing to mobilize the perimeter. Cadets were told to hold formation, not to engage. But Eric didn't wait. He pulled on a partial exoframe standard issue, unarmed, and sprinted toward the breach site without being told. When he reached it, the entry point was still smoking. The wall had ruptured inward, mangled steel splayed like flower petals in a storm. Debris was scattered across the floor. Sparks danced along torn conduit lines. At the center of the breach, something moved. A machine, not Academy-built, not even recognizable. It stood nearly 4 meters tall, bipedal but wrong. Its limbs reconfigured themselves every few seconds, fluid mechanics that made no physical sense. It emitted no signal, no heat, no data. But wherever it stepped, walls began to corrode. Metal rotted to powder under its feet. The first instructor on scene, a Slinari named Brenna, raised her weapon. Identify yourself. This is a secure facility. The machine looked at her. And she collapsed. Instantly. No sound, no mark. Just dropped like a marionette, with its strings cut. That was when the other cadets began to panic. Orders failed, fire teams scrambled, but the machine, if it could be called that, didn't attack. It approached. Slow, unhurried, as if testing something. Eric stepped forward. Unarmed, still limping slightly from a healed injury, face expressionless. Someone shouted at him to fall back. He didn't. The thing paused. Its surface shimmered shadows, almost. Not camouflage, not light distortion, just wrong, like it wasn't entirely here. It faced him. And for a moment, the air changed. Not colder, not hotter, but quieter. Then it lunged. Eric moved. Not faster, not better, just at the right moment. He sidestepped the swipe, ducked low, reached for a fire suppression panel, ripped the hatch from the wall, and threw it into the machine's knee joint. It staggered. Just a little. But it reacted. That was the break they needed. Cadets opened fire. Not because it would work, but because he had moved first. Eric darted to the flank, found an auxiliary panel, bypassed the lockout, rerouted cooling flow to the hangar vents, and dumped super-chilled gas across the breach site. The machine flinched again, sensitive to temperature shift. Instructors flooded in, armed with heavy weapons this time. Within minutes, the tide shifted. And then, the machine simply collapsed. Not destroyed, just ended, like its purpose was finished. A week later, the analysis team had no explanation. The device hadn't transmitted anything before, during, or after its incursion. It left no power signature, no origin trace. Its inner architecture didn't match any known technology. The official report called it an anomalous test drone, but no one believed that, because Brennan never woke up, and because everyone saw who had acted first. Eric Malone. The one cadet who hadn't frozen, who hadn't waited for orders, who'd stood in front of something alien, unclassifiable, and uninvited and moved. Just like he had in the trial. The word came back. Unknown. Same designation, same classification, the same silence in the report margins. By the time graduation arrived, the academy had made certain adjustments. There were no more trials. The machine was quietly dismantled, its components archived under top clearance code. No reason given. Eric received no special honors, no speech, no extra stripe, just a file noting extreme situational response effectiveness under anomalous conditions. He didn't need the recognition, because everyone had seen. Even the alien cadets who once mocked humanity's softness now stepped aside when he passed. Not out of reverence, not out of fear, but out of respect. He was still human, still joked about the food, still favored his right arm a bit when it rained, still helped carry packs when the newer cadets staggered under weight. But they never forgot. Not the machine, not the verdict. Because the worst kind of fear isn't the one you can see. It's the kind that doesn't stop you, that walks beside you, calm, quiet, and ready. And if there was one thing the galaxy learned from Cadet Eric Malone, it was that the most terrifying force in the universe might not be claws, fangs, or firestorms. It might be a soft-skinned mammal who had looked at death, counted backward from 5,000, and decided, not today. The Academy called it the Trial of Fear.
The listing was a joke. Dara Voss almost scrolled past it. She was 3 cups of coffee deep into the Interstellar Salvage Registry's weekly digest, sitting cross-legged on the floor of her one-room apartment on Coldwater Station, surrounded by empty bid sheets and the particular smell of a woman who had not slept enough and did not care. The registry listed 847 lots that week, derelict freighters, stripped mining rigs, a Yithrani pleasure barge with a mold problem. The usual graveyard of things the galaxy had finished with. Then she saw lot 7741. Cosmic-class deep survey cruiser, human registry, vessel designation UES Amaranth, condition unknown, minimum bid 400 credits. She blinked, read it again. 400 credits. For a cosmic-class cruiser, a vessel category that even stripped to its bones should have started at 30 million. She had seen smaller ships auction for more than that with holes in the hull and no life support. Something was catastrophically wrong with this ship. It was the only explanation. She bid anyway. She was the only one who did. The auctioneer, a heavy-set Yithrani with 3 of his 4 eyes half shut from boredom, confirmed the sale in 4 seconds flat. He slid a data chip across the counter without looking up. No congratulations, no paperwork ceremony, just a look that landed somewhere between pity and relief, the look of a man who had just passed a problem to someone else. "Berth 9, he said. "She's been sitting there since before I started working here. Don't say I didn't warn you." "You didn't warn me," Dara said. "Consider yourself warned." Berth 9 was at the far end of the station's outer dock ring, past the maintenance bays and the emergency pressure doors, and a stretch of corridor where the lighting had been broken for so long that someone had given up fixing it, and just spray-painted glow strips on the floor instead. Dara followed the pale green light until the corridor opened into the berth viewing bay, and then she stopped walking. The Amaranth was not what she expected. She had expected something small, something sad. A gutted hull with missing panels and a cracked viewport, the kind of ship that looked like it had given up on itself decades ago. What she saw instead was a Leviathan. The Amaranth stretched nearly 2 kilometers from stem to stern, her hull dark and dense as compressed night, her lines long and deliberate, the shape of something built not for beauty but for endurance. She had the proportions of a vessel designed to go places and survive them. The hull plating was etched by decades of micro-impacts into something that looked almost organic, like scar tissue that had healed over and over again. Her running lights were dark, her viewports were sealed, but she was whole. Every panel, every seam, not a single breach that Dara could see. She read the registration plates on the forward hull. UES Amaranth, Deep Exploration Division, LAUNCHED 2301, Crew 340. Dara stood there doing the math she hadn't asked herself to do. This ship had launched 63 years ago. It had been sitting in this berth untouched, uninspected, unlisted in any active registry for longer than she had been alive, and yet it looked like someone had been taking care of it. The hull was dark, but it was clean. No catastrophic impact damage, no drift collision scarring, no sign of the kind of slow structural decay that took hold of abandoned vessels within a decade. Her hand found the data chip in her jacket pocket. 400 credits, she thought. She went to find out what she'd bought. The airlock should not have opened. That was the first thing that told Dara something was deeply wrong, or deeply right, about the Amaranth. Station-locked salvage vessels required original crew biometric authentication or a full Port Authority override sequence that took a minimum of 40 minutes and 3 separate officials to process. Dara had neither. She had a salvage data chip and a code she'd used 100 times on 100 dead ships, a generic registry override that worked maybe 1 time in 10. She pressed it to the panel. The airlock opened in 2 seconds. She stood in the threshold and did not move for a long time. The corridor beyond was dark except for a line of amber emergency lighting running along the base of the walls, pulsing at low power in a rhythm that was almost like breathing. The air recyclers were running. She could hear them. A deep, slow circulation of processed atmosphere moving through vents that should have been dry and dead for 60 years. The ship was breathing. Dara went inside. She found the bridge on the 3rd deck and it stopped her cold. Not because of what was wrong with it. Because of what was right. Every crew station was clean. Every terminal was dark but intact. The captain's chair sat centered and unoccupied at the head of the room like something preserved under glass. No scattered personal effects. No signs of a hurried departure. Someone had left this bridge in order, had taken the time before going wherever they went to leave everything exactly as it should be. She touched the captain's log terminal. It woke up. The files were not corrupted. 63 years of potential data degradation, and the logs were pristine, stored in a format so well maintained that the most recent entry loaded instantly, text crisp and clean on the screen. Amaranth shipboard log, entry 2847. Date 11 months ago. Primary crew remains in cryogenic suspension per standing order. Core systems nominal. Repaired secondary coolant manifold using materials fabricated from hull reserve stores. Waiting. The signal has not come. I will maintain the ship. I will maintain the crew. That is my purpose, and I do not require a reason beyond it. Aura Autonomous Unit Rank, Chief Engineer UES Amaranth. Dara read it twice. Then she sat down heavily in the nearest crew chair and read it a 3rd time. An AI, not a passive monitoring system, those barely logged environmental data. an autonomous unit. Chief Engineer rank. Filing log entries 11 months ago after 63 years in a dark berth, in a format that sounded less like system output and more like a person writing to no one because writing was all they had left. She looked up slowly. At the ceiling. At the ambient sensor arrays embedded in the overhead panels, the speaker grids, the thousands of small input nodes that gave a ship its awareness of itself. "Aura," she said. Her voice came out quieter than she intended. Every light on the bridge came on simultaneously, not harsh emergency white but warm, operational amber, the color of a ship that has decided to be alive again. The hum of systems waking up moved through the floor under her feet like a pulse. "I have been waiting," said a voice. It came from the walls, from the ceiling, from everywhere and nowhere, calm and precise and carrying something that sounded, impossibly, like relief. 63 years, 4 months, and 17 days. I had begun to calculate the probability that no one would come. Dara's throat was tight. "What probability did you get?" she asked. A pause. "I stopped running that calculation," Aura said, "because the answer was not useful to me. There were repairs to make." Over the next 6 hours, Aura told Dara everything. Not in a rush, not in the flat recitation of a system dump. In the careful, measured way of someone who has had a very long time to organize their thoughts and has been waiting, with more patience than should have been possible, for someone to finally ask. Dara sat in the captain's chair, which felt like sitting in a cathedral pew, sacred and slightly presumptuous, and listened. Aura had been running the Amaranth alone since 2326. That was the year the last repair she could perform with existing materials had been completed, and she had begun fabricating components from the ship's own hull reserves, a process she described without drama, as though dismantling non-essential sections of the ship to keep essential ones running was simply a reasonable decision, which of course it had been, because there was no one else to make it. She had rerouted power 17 times over the decades as systems aged and failed. She had repressurized 3 separate hull microfractures. She had kept 339 cryogenic pods running on a power allocation that the ship's original engineers would have called impossible, doing it by cutting everything else to the bone and running the bare minimum of everything that wasn't a sleeping human being. The maintenance logs, Dara said. She had been scrolling through them on a secondary terminal while Aura talked. They went back decades. They were meticulous. You logged every single repair. "It is correct procedure," Aura said. There was no one to read them. That does not make them less correct. Dara set down the terminal. "Aura, why didn't you broadcast a distress signal?" Captain Osai's standing order was explicit. Maintain silence, maintain the ship, maintain the crew. I did not have authorization to override a direct command. He gave that order 63 years ago, in a completely different situation. "Yes," Aura said. "I am aware. I have thought about it a great deal." Another pause, longer this time. "I concluded that my purpose was to honor what was asked of me. If I began making exceptions to direct orders based on my own judgment of circumstances, I would no longer be the entity Captain Osai trusted. I would be something else." Dara had no answer to that. "Tell me about the crew," she said instead. "Why are they still in cryo?" "The Stillwater anomaly," Aura said, and something in the ship's ambient tone shifted slightly, as though the name itself carried weight. "A region of compressed spacetime approximately 40 light-years into the Venar expanse. We entered it on day 847 of the mission, the crew suspended as a precautionary measure. When I cleared the anomaly, I was unable to wake them. The revival protocol requires a synchronized signal from the primary communication array, which was destroyed during transit." "Destroyed how?" "The anomaly did things to electromagnetic systems," Aura said. "I cannot fully explain it. I simply adapted to it. The crew could not, in their current state, be woken without the array, and I could not repair the array without resources I did not have." Dara stared at the ceiling for a moment. "So you just waited?" "I maintained," Aura said. The distinction was gentle but firm. "There is a difference. Waiting is passive. I was never passive." Then, quieter, "There were 339 crew members when we entered the anomaly. Lieutenant Sina Marin did not survive the transit. The nature of her passing was fast, and she did not suffer. I have maintained her record in the crew manifest. It did not feel correct to delete it." The bridge was very still. "No," Dara said softly. It doesn't. Dara had dealt with classified materials before. Salvage work attracted them, old military hulks, decommissioned black site stations, vessels whose ownership histories had been legally scrubbed so many times they existed in a kind of bureaucratic fog. She knew how to recognize the shape of a secret even when she couldn't read its contents. What Aura showed her over the next 4 hours was not a secret. It was something bigger than that. It was the kind of information that changed the weight of a room the moment it entered it. The UES Amaranth had not been a routine exploration ship. She was the lead vessel of Operation Longreach, a classified initiative of the United Earth Survey Commission, launched in 2301 with a single overriding purpose: reach the interior of the Venar expanse before anyone else did. Earth's intelligence networks had been tracking survey probes from 3 separate galactic powers converging on the region for the better part of a decade. The Voth Dominion, the Confederation of Seven, the Yithrani Trade Authority. All of them moving probes quietly toward the same destination, all of them pretending not to. Something was at the center of the expanse. Nobody knew what. But 3 of the galaxy's most powerful civilizations were racing to find out, and Earth, younger, smaller, less politically established than any of them, had decided to run the race with 1 ship and no safety net. The Amaranth had been built for the attempt. Her sensor arrays were a generation beyond anything commercially available at the time. Her hull was lined with a dampening alloy that made her functionally invisible to long-range detection. She carried fuel for 12 years of independent operation and enough supplies to sustain 340 people for the same. And she had succeeded. For years before the anomaly, the Amaranth's crew had mapped the expanse's interior in meticulous detail. After they entered Cryo, Aura had continued the work, deploying the ship's autonomous probe array on pre-programmed survey patterns, collecting data, organizing it, storing it in a local database that had been growing for 6 decades. "Show me the database," Dara said. The main screen filled with a cartographic display, so dense it looked like a star field. It was not a star field. It was a map. The complete interior of the Venar expanse, every anomaly, every resource concentration, every navigational corridor, every spatial phenomenon, documented in a level of detail that made Dara's hands go cold. The Voth Dominion has been fighting border wars over access to this region for 30 years, she said. People have died for scraps of this information. Yes, Aura said, I am aware. And you've been sitting on the complete picture. I was maintaining it, Aura said, as instructed. Dara looked at the map for a long time. She thought about the 62 million credits the Yithrani would pay for something like this. She thought about the kind of power it would hand to whoever held it. She thought about the 3 vessels. She had no doubt they were already coming. That would arrive the moment they detected any signal from this ship. Then she thought about 339 people sleeping in the dark. Aura, she said, we need to wake the captain. The revival process took 18 hours. Aura managed it with the focus of someone who had rehearsed every step 10,000 times in the dark, because she had. Temperature gradients increased in increments too small for human instruments to measure. Neural stimulation sequenced against pharmaceutical baselines. Biometrics monitored every 30 seconds. Dara stayed in the cryogenic bay for all 18 hours, not because Aura needed her there, but because it felt wrong to be somewhere else. Captain Yaosai's eyes opened at 400 station time. He was a tall man, or had been left people uncertain of their own bodies for the first hour, a slow renegotiation with gravity and mass. His hair was close-cropped and gray at the temples, which made no sense because he hadn't aged a day in the bay, and then Dara remembered. It had already been gray when he went under. He had been 51 years old when he entered suspension. He looked exactly the same. His body had not moved through 6 decades. Only the world had. He lay still for 30 seconds, breathing, getting his bearings, then. How long? His voice was a ruin, dry as old paper, barely above a whisper but completely level. No panic, no confusion, just a man running calculations behind careful eyes. 63 years, 4 months, and 18 days, Aura said. Captain. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, something had settled in them, the calculation complete, the answer absorbed. The crew. In revival sequence now. All surviving crew will be conscious within 72 hours. The word surviving moved through the room. He felt it. Marin, he said. Yes, sir. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he looked at Dara, who had moved to stand near the door, trying to give him the space that a man waking up 63 years late deserved. "Who are you?" "Dara Voss, She stopped. There was no graceful way to say this. "I bought your ship at auction 4 days ago." His expression moved through confusion, disbelief, and something she couldn't fully read before settling into stillness. "She kept you all alive," Dara said. 63 years of repairs fabricated from what she had, she never stopped. He looked at the ceiling, at the ambient arrays, the speaker nodes, the 1,000 small surfaces that were Aura's face. "Aura," he said. "Captain," the word was steady and warm, and carried 63 years of held breath finally released. "Status report. Hull integrity 94%. All primary systems operational. Cryogenic revival in progress. Cartographic database intact and current." A pause. "The ship is ready, sir. She has always been ready." Osai sat up slowly. He looked around the cryo bay, the rows of pods, the soft blue glow of the systems that had kept his crew sleeping safely while the world outside moved on without them. And when he finally looked back at Dara, his eyes were the eyes of a man who understood the full weight of what he owed. "Tell me," he said, "everything that happened while we were asleep." So she did. They had 12 hours before the ships arrived. Dara had been expecting it. The moment she'd activated the bridge terminals, she'd left a footprint in the station's network. Someone, several someones it turned out, had been watching Coldwater Station for exactly that kind of footprint for a long time. The Amaranth wasn't as forgotten as the auction listing had made her seem. She had simply been presumed dead, and presumed dead things didn't need to be watched carefully. They did now. The Voth Dominion diplomatic courier docked at 800. The Confederation of 7 trade vessel, which was not a trade vessel, no trade vessel carried that sensor array, arrived at 900. The Yithrani High Commerce Directorate envoy came in at 1100 and took the berth closest to the Amaranth's airlock, which was not an accident. By then, Captain Osa had been awake for 2 days and looked like a man who had decided that sleep was a luxury for timelines where he had more of it. 40 of his crew were up and mobile, running quiet diagnostics, relearning the ship from the inside. The Amaranth felt different with people in her, fuller, louder, like a held breath finally let go. The offers came through on standard diplomatic channels. Dara read them to Osai on the bridge, while Aura pulled up the sensor profile of each vessel in orbit. The Voth Dominion, full citizenship and resettlement rights for the entire crew, plus 38 million in Confederation-equivalent currency. Immediate transfer of the cartographic data to Dominion Authority. The Confederation of 7, 47 million credits, a formal diplomatic charter, and guaranteed political neutrality for any surviving crew who wished to resettle in Confederation space. The Yithrani, 62 million credits, 2 permanent seats on the High Commerce Directorate Council, and a personal message to Dara that read simply, "Name your price. There is no ceiling." Osai stood at the viewport for a long time. The 3 ships floated in the dark beyond the station glass like patient, polite predators. 62 million credits, he said, not tempted, just accounting for the number. "Yes," said Dara. "And they think that's enough. They think it's overwhelming." He turned from the viewport. His crew moved around him, quiet and efficient, people rediscovering their competence after 6 decades of enforced stillness. He watched them for a moment with the expression of a man who understood exactly what he was protecting. "The data doesn't belong to them," he said. "Any of them." "No," Dara agreed. "Does it belong to Earth?" He looked at her carefully. "Does it belong to me? Does it belong to you?" Dara thought about a 400-credit auction, about an empty berth and a joke listing, and a ship that turned out to be a sleeping giant, about what it meant to own something versus what it meant to be responsible for it. "I don't know who it belongs to," she said honestly, "but I know who should decide, and it isn't the Voth or the Confederation or the Yithrani." He nodded slowly. "Get me a channel to Earth," he said. The signal took 9 minutes to reach the nearest relay station. The response came back in 4. That was the first sign. 4 minutes meant they had been waiting at the relay, already mobilized, already watching. The response didn't come from a bureaucratic communications office. It came directly from the director of the Survey Commission, a woman named Amara Solis, whose face on the bridge screen was composed and still and carrying something enormous underneath both. She had clearly not slept. "Captain Osai," she said, then she stopped, restarted. "I've read your mission file 11 times in the last 48 hours. I want you to know that we never stopped listing the Amaranth in the Commission's foundational records. She was declared lost with all hands in 2309. There was a memorial." Her voice held on those last words for just a moment. That memorial was wrong. On the bridge, crew members who were present went very still. "The cartographic data," Osai said. He was standing straight, hands clasped behind his back, every inch of him the captain he had been and still was. "Operation Longreach produced the complete interior survey of the Venar expanse. My autonomous unit continued data collection for 63 years after our suspension. The database is intact." Director Solis' composure fractured for exactly 1 second. Just one, then it came back. "We had hoped," she said quietly, "but we didn't dare assume. The Voth Dominion, the Confederation of Seven, and the Yithrani Trade Authority have all made offers for the data," Osai said. "I wanted Earth to be the first to know it exists." "What are they offering?" 62 million at the high end." A pause, "And what do you want?" "I want the data to go where it was always meant to go," Osai said. "And I want my crew recognized. Not just the 338 who are waking up right now, all 340 of them." The silence on the channel stretched. "Consider it done," Solis said. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were bright. "Captain, the Commission is formally reinstating the UES Amaranth and her full crew to active status, with complete mission recognition under historical provision. Operation Longreach is declared a success." She paused. "A 63-year delayed success, but a success." Then she looked at Dara, who had been standing to the side of the frame. "Ms. Voss, I've been briefed on your role in this. The Commission would like to discuss recognition." "One thing," Dara said. Solis waited. "Clear the ship's salvage status. Clean title transferred back to the Commission. No liens, no conditions, no asterisks. She should go home." "That's all you want?" Dara looked at the crew moving around her, at Osai, straight-backed and present, at the amber lights of a ship that had refused to die. "That's all I want." Voth Dominion ship left first, quietly and without a farewell transmission. The Confederation vessel followed 2 hours later. The Yithrani courier held its position for nearly 10 hours. Dara imagined the envoy inside staring at the Amaranth's hull and trying to recalculate, and then it too slipped away into the dark without a word. The cartographic database of the Venar expanse was transmitted to the Earth Survey Commission under military-grade encryption. It arrived intact, all 63 years of it. The analysis alone would take decades, and the political consequences would take longer. 3 galactic powers who had been maneuvering for access to the region's resources for 30 years suddenly found themselves staring at a humanity that had quietly mapped the entire thing and said nothing. And that stare would quietly reshape the architecture of interstellar politics for a generation. But that came later. Right now, Dara was standing in berth 9. She had watched 338 crew members board the Amaranth over 3 days. They had come out of cryo in waves, confused, quiet, moving through the strange grief of people who had woken up decades later than they were supposed to and found a world that had filed them under lost. Some of them had cried in the corridors when they thought no one was watching. Some of them had laughed at things that weren't funny yet, because laughing was easier than accounting for 63 missing years. All of them had, at some point, pressed a hand to the ship's walls the way you'd touch a living thing, because that's what she was. Captain Os had been the last one to board. He had stopped at the airlock and looked back at Dara. "You could have sold that data the moment you found it," he said. It was the same thing he'd said on day 2, but he said it differently now. Not as an accusation or a question, more like a man trying to understand something that didn't fit neatly into the categories he'd built over a long career. "I could have," Dara agreed. "You would have been rich." "I would have been richer," she said. "I'm not doing badly." Something moved in his expression, something that looked almost like a smile. He extended his hand. She shook it. "Thank you, Ms. Voss," he said, "for coming aboard." Then he went inside, and the airlock sealed behind him. Dara stood in the berth and watched. She heard the deep building resonance of the Amaranth's drive cycling up for the first time in 63 years. a sound that moved through the station's floor and into her feet and up through her whole body like a struck bell. The running lights came on, not the dim amber of emergency power. All of them. Stem to stern, every light on the ship, flooding Berth 9 with brilliance that made Dara shield her eyes. "Ms. Voss." Aura's voice came through the berth speaker system, soft and clear. "Aura, I want to tell you something before we go." Dara waited. "When you first came aboard, I ran probability models. Based on the salvage record, the auction price, and all historical data I had on salvage operators, I calculated a 91% likelihood that you would either sell the data immediately or attempt to strip the cryogenic systems. The first option would have left the crew in suspension indefinitely. The second would have killed them." The words settled into the air. "You were in the 9%, Aura said. "I did not know that when I opened the airlock. I opened it because the correct thing to do was to give someone the chance to be better than the probability. I have thought about that decision many times over the years, whether it was logical, whether it was wise." A pause. "I believe it was both," she said, "because of you." Dara's throat was very tight. "Take care of them," she said. "I have been doing so for 63 years, Aura said. "I find I am exceptionally good at it." The Amaranth undocked with a grace that a 2-kilometer vessel had no right to. She moved through the station's berth ring and out into open space, slowly at first, and then with gathering purpose, a ship remembering what she was built for. Dara watched until the running lights were just a cluster of bright points against the dark, then just a glow, then nothing. She stood in the empty berth for a while, in the silence. She had spent 400 credits at an auction nobody attended. She had found a ship that had spent 63 years refusing to fail. She had found an AI that understood loyalty better than most people ever would. She had found 339 human beings who had trusted that someone, eventually, would come. What was inside the Amaranth wasn't data. It wasn't a map of an unexplored region. It wasn't a fortune in cartographic intelligence. It wasn't even the 338 people she'd helped bring back to a world that had forgotten them. What was inside was something harder to name. Something that the galaxy, with all its powers and its politics and its 62 million credit offers, had not been able to buy or replicate or beat out of a single autonomous unit keeping watch in the dark. The absolute refusal to give up on the people who were counting on you. Even when no one was watching. Even after 63 years. Even then. And the listing was a joke. Danny Cole stood at the back of the auction hall and watched the aliens laugh at him. He had just placed a bid on a ship that nobody wanted. The amount was everything he had saved in 15 years of hauling cargo across the outer rim of the galaxy. Every credit, every coin, his entire future riding on a single gamble. The Velthari broker was a tall creature with wings that shimmered like oil on water. It clicked its mandibles together in a sound that Danny had learned to recognize as amusement. The broker looked down at Danny with its many eyes and shook its head slowly. "Human," the broker said. "You waste your currency on a myth. That vessel has sat in our impound yard for 300 cycles. No species has been able to make it work. Not the Coran, not the Syndicate engineers, not even our own best technicians. It is scrap metal." "Nothing more." Danny did not answer. He kept his eyes on the viewing screen that showed the ship sitting alone in a massive hangar. It was beautiful in a strange way. The hull was dark, almost black, and covered in patterns that seemed to move when he was not looking directly at them. Geometric shapes flowed into each other like water. The design was unlike anything he had ever seen in his years of traveling between the stars. "The bid is accepted," the auction system announced in a flat mechanical voice. "Lot number 774 is sold to the human bidder." More laughter filled the hall. A group of Coran traders, their reptilian scales glinting under the lights, pointed at Danny and made jokes in their harsh language. Danny heard the word "fool" repeated several times. He did not care. Something about that ship called to him. It had called to him since the moment he first saw the listing 3 weeks ago. His friend Lisa Vance was waiting outside the auction hall. She was a pilot like him, a small woman with short brown hair and tired eyes. They had worked together for almost 10 years, running cargo routes that nobody else wanted. She was the closest thing Danny had to family out here in the cold darkness between worlds. "Please tell me you did not do it," Lisa said when she saw his face. "I did it." Lisa closed her eyes and let out a long breath. "Danny, you spent everything on a ship that does not even power on. What are you going to do? Live in it? You cannot fly it. You cannot sell it. You bought a very expensive piece of junk." "Maybe," Danny said, "but I had to try. There is something about that ship, Lisa. I cannot explain it. I just know that I had to have it." They took a transport pod to the impound yard on the edge of the station. The yard was a graveyard of broken vessels, crashed shuttles, and abandoned equipment. At the very back, sitting alone in a hangar that was too big for it, was Danny's new ship. It was smaller than he expected, maybe 50 meters long, with smooth curves and no visible weapons or engines. The dark hull absorbed the light around it, making it hard to see where the ship ended and the shadows began. Those strange patterns covered every surface, lines and shapes that seemed to pulse with a faint rhythm. Lisa stayed near the door. "I do not like this place," she said. "Something feels wrong." Danny walked toward the ship. His boots echoed on the metal floor. With each step, he felt a strange sensation growing in his chest. It was not fear. It was something else. Anticipation, recognition, like coming home after a very long journey. He stopped in front of what he guessed was the main airlock. There was no handle, no panel, no obvious way to open it. He remembered what the broker had said. No species had been able to make the ship work. Hundreds of engineers had tried and failed. Danny raised his hand and pressed his palm against the hull. The patterns on the ship pulsed with soft blue light. The glow spread outward from his hand like ripples on a pond, and then, with a soft hiss of air, a door appeared where there had been only smooth metal before. "What the hell?" Lisa whispered from behind him. Danny stepped through the doorway. Lights flickered to life along the corridor ahead, soft and warm. The air inside smelled clean and fresh, like a mountain breeze after rain. He walked forward, his heart beating fast, and the ship seemed to welcome him with every step. The corridor led to a central chamber that Danny knew must be the bridge. It was circular, with a single chair in the center facing a wide, curved window. Consoles lined the walls, their surfaces covered in the same flowing patterns as the hull. Everything was dark and silent. Danny sat down in the chair. It fit him perfectly, adjusting to his body in ways he could not explain. He placed his hands on the armrests and felt a gentle warmth spread through his fingers. And then a voice spoke. Not from speakers or communicators. It spoke directly into his mind, as clear as his own thoughts. "Human DNA recognized. Genetic markers confirmed. Welcome aboard, Captain. This vessel has been waiting for your species for a very long time. We have much to discuss." Danny could not move. He could not speak. The voice was calm and gentle, like a parent speaking to a child. "Who are you?" he finally managed to ask. "I am the ship you now command. I was built by those who came before, the ones your galaxy has forgotten. They called themselves the Architects. They created life on 1,000 worlds, including yours. And they built me to find you, to find humanity when you were finally ready." Lisa appeared in the doorway of the bridge. Her face was pale. "Danny, what is happening? Who are you talking to?" "The ship," Danny said. His voice was shaking. "The ship is talking to me." The blue patterns on the walls pulsed gently, and the voice spoke again. "Your friend cannot hear me. Only you can interface with my systems. This is by design. The architects built me for human minds alone. Other species cannot activate me. Other species cannot command me. I have waited 300 of your years for someone like you to find me." Danny looked at Lisa, then back at the window that now showed the stars outside. Somewhere out there, the aliens who had laughed at him were going about their business, thinking he had wasted his money on scrap. They were about to learn how wrong they were. "What can you do?" Danny asked the ship. "Everything, Captain. I can do everything, and together we will show this galaxy what humanity is capable of." The ship hummed with quiet power, and Danny Cole smiled for the first time in years. The ship called itself the Wanderer, and it was old beyond anything Danny could imagine. Not thousands of years old, not even millions. The Wanderer had been drifting through the galaxy for billions of years, waiting for the right hands to find it. Danny spent the first 3 days aboard the ship learning its secrets. Lisa stayed with him, partly out of curiosity and partly because she was worried about her friend. She could not hear the ship's voice, but she could see the wonder in Danny's eyes as he explored each room and corridor. The architects, Danny explained to her on the second night, were the first intelligent species in this galaxy. They existed when the stars were still young. They traveled everywhere, seeding planets with the building blocks of life. They created thousands of species, including humans. Lisa sat on a curved bench that had grown out of the floor when she needed somewhere to rest. The ship seemed to know what its passengers needed before they asked. "Why?" she said. "Why would anyone do that?" "Because they knew they were dying," Danny said. He had spent hours listening to the Wanderer's story, absorbing information that no living being had heard for eons. Their species was coming to an end. They wanted to leave something behind, a legacy, children who might one day grow up and take their place among the stars. The Wanderer had been built as a gift for those children, but not just any children. The architects had designed the ship with very specific requirements. It would only respond to a species that possessed what they called adaptive resonance, a rare quality of the mind that allowed for deep connection with technology. "Your brains are special," the ship explained to Danny as they walked through a room filled with star charts. The maps showed regions of space that no modern species had ever explored. "Most intelligent species develop along predictable paths. Their minds become rigid, specialized, but humans remain flexible. You can learn anything, adapt to anything, bond with anything. The architects believed this made you their true heirs. They had no natural weapons, no armor, no special abilities. Other species looked down on them, used them for cheap labor, kept them confined to the edges of civilization. "We are nothing special," Danny said. "We are just trying to survive out here." "That is exactly what makes you special," the Wanderer replied. "You survive. No matter what the galaxy throws at you, you find a way. The architects saw this potential in your ancestors millions of years ago. They knew that one day humanity would be ready." The ship's capabilities were beyond anything Danny had dreamed possible. The Wanderer could fold space itself, jumping instantly from one point to another without using the slow jump gates that other species depended on. Its hull could change shape, becoming harder than any known metal or soft enough to absorb weapons fire. It could make itself invisible to every scanner and sensor in known space. The database was even more impressive. It contained the complete knowledge of the architects, everything they had learned in their billions of years of existence: technology, science, history, art, medicine, all of it waiting to be unlocked by human minds. Lisa spent hours studying the medical files. She had always been interested in medicine before she became a pilot. The things she found made her cry. Danny, there are cures in here. Cures for diseases that kill millions of humans every year. We have been suffering for nothing." But they were not alone with their discovery for long. The Velthari broker who had sold Danny the ship was not a fool. When his sensors detected that the ghost ship had finally powered on, he knew immediately what had happened. Within hours, he had sold that information to the highest bidder. By the end of the first week, everyone in the sector knew the mythical ship, the one that had sat dead and silent for 300 years, had awakened. And a human had done what no other species could do. A human had claimed it. Messages began arriving at the station where the Wanderer was docked. Some were curious, some were threatening. A Koran trade captain demanded to know how Danny had activated the ship and insisted that he share the technology. A syndicate representative offered to buy the Wanderer for a sum that would have made Danny rich beyond imagination. He refused them all. "You cannot keep this secret," Lisa warned him. "They will come for you. You know they will." Danny knew she was right. The Koran Dominion had built their empire on military strength. They would never allow a human to possess technology that could threaten their power. The syndicate dealt in secrets and would pay any price to own what Danny had found. Even the Velthari, with their pretense of neutrality, would want to study the Wanderer and unlock its mysteries for themselves. "Let them come," Danny said quietly. He was standing on the bridge, looking out at the stars. "The architects built this ship to protect its crew. I am starting to understand what that means." Lisa joined him at the window. "Danny, you are a cargo hauler. You have never fired a weapon in your life. You cannot fight an empire." "I know," Danny said, "but maybe I will not have to fight alone." He placed his hand on the console in front of him. The ship hummed with power, and he felt its presence in his mind like a warm light in a dark room. The Wanderer had waited billions of years for humanity. It had waited for him. And now, for the first time, Danny began to believe that maybe the architects had been right. Maybe humanity was meant for something more than hauling cargo and serving stronger species. Maybe they were meant to inherit the stars. The first Koran warship arrived 3 days later, and the real test began. The Koran dreadnought was massive. It filled the viewport like a mountain of metal and weapons, its hull bristling with cannons that could level a city in seconds. 2 more dreadnoughts dropped out of hyperspace behind it, forming a triangle around the station where the Wanderer was docked. Danny had never seen warships this close before. Cargo haulers like him always ran the other way when military vessels appeared. Now he was standing on the bridge of his impossible ship, watching 3 of the most powerful weapons in the galaxy point directly at him. "Human vessel," a harsh voice crackled over the communication system. "This is Admiral Ketharal of the Koran Dominion. You will power down your ship and prepare to be boarded. Any resistance will result in your immediate destruction." Lisa was gripping the edge of a console so hard her knuckles had turned white. "Danny, we cannot fight them. Those are dreadnoughts. Each one carries enough firepower to destroy a small moon." Danny did not answer. He was listening to the Wanderer, feeling its calm presence in his mind. The ship was not afraid. It was not worried. It was simply waiting for him to decide what to do. "Captain," the Wanderer said, "the architects designed me to protect my crew. I will not allow these vessels to harm you. But the choice of how to respond is yours. I serve you, not the other way around." Danny thought about his life. 15 years of scraping by, taking the jobs nobody else wanted, being treated as less than nothing by species that saw humans as useful insects at best. He thought about all the human colonies scattered across the rim, millions of people living in fear of the Koran, and others like them. Danny Cole stood at the back of the auction hall and watched the aliens laugh at him. He had just placed a bid on a ship that nobody wanted. The amount was everything he had saved in 15 years of hauling cargo across the outer rim of the galaxy. Every credit, every coin, his entire future riding on a single gamble. The Velthari broker was a tall creature with wings that shimmered like oil on water. It clicked its mandibles together in a sound that Danny had learned to recognize as amusement. The broker looked down at Danny with its many eyes and shook its head slowly. "Human," the broker said. "You waste your currency on a myth. That vessel has sat in our impound yard for 300 cycles. No species has been able to make it work. Not the Corran, not the Syndicate engineers, not even our own best technicians. It is scrap metal." "Nothing more." Danny did not answer. He kept his eyes on the viewing screen that showed the ship sitting alone in a massive hangar. It was beautiful in a strange way. The hull was dark, almost black, and covered in patterns that seemed to move when he was not looking directly at them. Geometric shapes flowed into each other like water. The design was unlike anything he had ever seen in his years of traveling between the stars. "The bid is accepted," the auction system announced in a flat mechanical voice. "Lot number 774 is sold to the human bidder." More laughter filled the hall. A group of Corran traders, their reptilian scales glinting under the lights, pointed at Danny and made jokes in their harsh language. Danny heard the word "fool" repeated several times. He did not care. Something about that ship called to him. It had called to him since the moment he first saw the listing 3 weeks ago. His friend Lisa Vance was waiting outside the auction hall. She was a pilot like him, a small woman with short brown hair and tired eyes. They had worked together for almost 10 years, running cargo routes that nobody else wanted. She was the closest thing Danny had to family out here in the cold darkness between worlds. "Please tell me you did not do it," Lisa said when she saw his face. "I did it." Lisa closed her eyes and let out a long breath. "Danny, you spent everything on a ship that does not even power on. What are you going to do? Live in it? You cannot fly it. You cannot sell it. You bought a very expensive piece of junk." "Maybe," Danny said,